Welcome to Sugar Land, Texas. We are live at Constellation Field, home of your Atlantic League champion Sugar Land Skeeters, who come up with a record of 18-14, just one game back of first behind the Barnstormers. They will take on the Somerset Patriots here for the first time at home this season after splitting a 4-game set. The Patriots are 18-13, and they are tied atop the Liberty Division with the Bridgeport Bluefish. The Skeeters will send out former big leaguer right-hander Kyle Drabeck, who is 1-3 with a 7.56 ERA. He will take on fellow righty Lucas Irvin, who is 0-1 with a 4.76 ERA. Today is home game number 22, game number 33 overall. You can hear all 140 games here on 1560 AM. Hi, I'm Ira Liebman, joined by Brett Dolan and Andy Humphrey. We'll hear from later. Nathan Warner back in the studio. And Brett, last night, a pretty thrilling win, a game that you tie in the bottom of the ninth on a Derek Miller home run. His third since joining the Skeeters. He had only had 3 in his whole career, really trying to get some long ball into his game and doing it well. Andy Wilkins also with a Big Nate, a 2-run homer earlier, and then, of course, the walk-off hit. So pretty good considering the Skeeters got out of there with the split.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It was really a long game. Each team had opportunities, but to see Miller hit the home run in the ninth gave the Skeeters hope. And even after they had a great opportunity to win in the 10th and didn't do so, they found a way in the 11th to get the walk-off.
Well, we talk about the Skeeters team, really the one common thing that keeps coming up, the thing that they need to fix is starting pitching. And Kyle Drabeck on the mound, he has had a good start or two, but he has gotten roughed up, including his last start. 5 innings, 9 hits, 6 earned runs, did not strike out about or walk 2. What do you need to see from him to get him back on the pace that he needs to be on?
Well, you know, his velocity isn't where it was when he was in the big leagues, but that's just a matter of maybe going through some injuries and obviously putting on a few years since when he was the wonder kid coming up through these ranks in the high school areas. Command, I think, has to be better, and if you could throw 2 pitches for strikes, you have a great chance to compete. I'm sure Kyle wants to see that ERA of more than 7.5 lowered, and you know, I think every Skeeter pitcher wants to get off to a good start those first couple of innings to see if they could propel them forward, but especially when you need a good outing, it's important to get off to a good start. Maybe he can do that and begin a little bit of a turnaround tonight.
When you look at the scheduling for the Skeeters, and of course the players will never tell you that they're tired, but they played in Somerset on kind of that recovery. Come in Friday, you're tired, you recover the next day, but the next day was a day-night doubleheader. After the following game, you're out early that next morning, and which is pretty much the same night. Then you come home and you have the same deal. Well, Friday's the day you fly in, you go straight to the game. Saturday, the recovery again is a day-night doubleheader, and then another day-night doubleheader tomorrow. What does that do to a team?
It's an incredibly challenging stretch. And last night, you know, just a 9-inning game was nearly 4 hours and 11 innings. So I think for Gary, he's a little bit fortunate. The rosters are still expanded, but he's had injuries to guys like Zawatsky and Prince, so it's kept him shorthanded. I guess, you know, you hope to get this stretch out of the way earlier than late when maybe you've got some fresh bodies or you haven't played 100 games or 110 games. But it is not easy, as you put it, with the doubleheaders and the travel days to at least put forward your best performance.
Watching in this series, we've seen some good timely hitting. We've seen great defense. We've seen bad defense. The Skeeters are generally not a team that makes 6 errors in a game. We saw that rectified yesterday, just one of those blips on the radar, a bad day. Everybody was tired, whatever it was. But you're getting good defense. You always talk about pitching and defense. Well, they haven't gotten the pitching except in the bullpen, and it's been phenomenal in the bullpen. But how long do you think, if the Skeeters don't get some help from that starting rotation before the bullpen starts to collapse? I mean, yesterday they were 38 innings behind the starters in innings pitched.
Yeah, well, you know, you look at the performance yesterday, Paulino, Haynes, Reed, and Richardson, you're talking about nearly 5 innings of scoreless baseball. That's outstanding, but, you know, you're not going to survive on 5 innings of relief over the long haul. So, you know, this is the point where if a pitcher is economical, you could start to think about even an 8-inning performance or maybe a little bit longer. I think one of those somewhere along this stretch would really help. That would give the entire bullpen a day off. And then if you can navigate through this doubleheader tomorrow with the back-to-back off days, then maybe you can see a little horizon where the sun comes up and you're not forced to use guys so many innings as they've done here in the last week plus.
Oh, the Skeeters were trying to get up to a good start. Lifetime against Somerset, they have not done well. Even last year, they were 10-10 overall. This season, they set the Atlantic League record with 95 wins. The only team they weren't above 500 against was the Patriots, who also won 90 games that year. They were 10-10 also that year. So far, 2-2. They split the 4-game series in Somerset, but lifetime against these Patriots, the Skeeters are just 42-62. You're talking about 20 games below 500. So the Skeeters really need to send a message here. And keep in mind, this is 3 games in 2 days. The game here tonight and a day-night doubleheader, and that's it. Then they're out of town. Well, the national anthem is ready to get underway, so we're going to duck out. When we come back, the starting lineups and the first pitch. It is time to play ball. We'll return right here to Constellation Field in a moment for Game 1 of this 3-game set against the Patriots. Welcome back to Constellation Field. We're just moments away from the first pitch. Time to take a look at the starting lineup for the visiting Somerset Patriots. Leading off is Scott Kelly. He'll play second, batting second, and in left, All-Star Aaron Eggleston. Jerry Sands, the DH, bats third. Big League All-Star and first baseman, the cleanup hitter, Brian LaHair. Rosario at third, bats fifth. In right field, batting sixth, Carlos Guzman, the Atlantic League veteran. Another Atlantic League veteran, Adam Donahue, after a year of retirement. Back here with the Patriots, he will catch and bat seventh. Batting eighth is center fielder Justin Pacioli, and batting ninth is shortstop Alfredo Rodriguez.
Defensively for the Skeeters, similar look in the outfield with Benson in left, Miller in center, and Barfield in right. Third to first around the diamond, Wilkins finds himself back at third base. Aarons at short, Chance Santio plays second. Travis Scott at first for the battery of Albert Cordero, and the right-hander Kyle Drabeck.
Drabeck will try to get back on the right track. 2 starts ago, he was really terrific. It looked like he was turning a corner, went 6 innings, 4 hits, just 1 earned run, picked up the victory, exactly 100 pitches. But last time out, just 5 innings, 9 hits, 6 runs, all earned, no strikeouts, 2 walks, just 74 pitches, 49 of them for strikes. And when you look at his starts, he has really only had 1 quality start. Drabeck, a much better pitcher than that. I mean, this is a guy everybody in this area knows since high school, when the Woodlands High School. This guy had a record of 30-1 in his high school career. Also had 27 home runs, in his 4 years at the Woodlands. Helped his team win a state championship. Pitched a no-hitter where he struck out 19. So this is a guy who's been in the big leagues with the Blue Jays, White Sox, Diamondbacks, and Skeeters hope that he will help bolster this rotation, which desperately needs some good starting pitching. You got some decent starting pitching last night from Jake Hale, but of course the game went to extra innings to stretch your pitching even further than it needed to be. Well, Scott Kelly will lead it off here against Skeeters right-hander and former big leaguer Kyle Drabeck. Kelly 229, no home runs, 9 RBIs. First pitch is a strike on the outside corner, 0-1, and we are underway at Game 1 of a 3-game series here in 2 days against the Somerset Patriots. Also game 5 of a 7-game homestand. They set up inside, and this one is low and in. That'll run the count to 1 ball and 1 strike to count. A little bit of an overcast day, but all the rain is behind us, fortunately, so we should have some nice, pleasant night. Fairly cool weather for baseball. The 1-1. Swung on, popped up, right side. Jan Santi will give way to Travis Scott, who cuts in front of him near second. There's out number 1. So 1 out, none on. That'll bring in Aaron Eggleston. Eggleston last year an all-star here in the Atlantic League. 321, no home runs, 12 RBIs. Take a look at the repertoire on Drabek. Kyle features 4 pitches, a fastball, a changeup, a curve, and a sinker. By the way, the All-Star game, speaking of Aaron Eggleston being an All-Star last year here in the Atlantic League, the All-Star game this year will actually be in Somerset. Eggleston, a guy who's never drafted, has really carved out a great career. Not only in independent baseball, but here in the Atlantic League. This one is low and away. 1 ball and no strikes. Eggleston, of course, a great tribute to his mom as well. He wears number 91 because his mom died on 9/1 of 2010. This one is strike on the inside corner, so his mom is always with him in a very emphatic way. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, no score here, top of the first, just underway here. This one is chopped foul, right side, 1 ball and 2 strikes to count here on Eggleston. Eggleston has reached base safely in 19 of his last 24 games in his 5th year here with the Patriots, and last year he had 290, which was good for 7th in the Atlantic League. Well, 1-2. This one a little low, 2 balls and 2 strikes. On top of the great eye Eggleston has, he is a terrific defensive left fielder. And Somerset is not an easy place to play left field. The 2-2. This one is a little bit low and away. That'll run the count full. 3 balls and 2 strikes here from Drabek. Drabek will get the sign here from Cordero. I'll set up inside. The payout pitch is hit sharply to second, but right at Jan Santi. We'll throw him out. 4-3 on the putout, and there's 2 down. Jerry Sands will step in. Sands comes in at 290, 7 home runs, and 26 RBIs for Sands. Sands, the former big leaguer, has reached base safely in 14 straight games. A 10-game hitting streak included in there, although that is over. Over the stretch, Sands 18 for 47, a 383 mark, 5 home runs, 15 RBIs, and 13 runs scored. First pitch here to Sands, big swing and a miss, strike 1, 0-1. Sands currently leads the league in RBIs with 26, extra base hits with 18, tied for second in home runs with 7, runs scored 22, and second in slugging at 589, and doubles with 11. This one is low and away. 1 ball and 1 strike to count, 2 outs, none on, top of the first. Somerset batting here for the first time. Wind blowing slightly out towards right center, not too heavily though. Drabek's 1-1. This one is hit hard to third. Wilkins has it to his left. The toss across right on the money, and that'll do it. A pop out to ground out. Somerset goes 1-2-3 here in the first. Skeeters coming to bat for the first time when we return. time to take a look at the starting lineup for your Sugar Land Skeeters, brought to you by our good friends at Member Source Credit Union. Whether it's a Skeeters checking account, an auto loan, or a home loan, be sure to check out Member Source's complete lineup at membersourcecu.org. Leading off, Derek Miller. He'll be in center. Travis Scott at first, bat second. Batting third is right fielder Jeremy Barfield. In the cleanup spot is third baseman Andy Wilkins. Kevin Aarons at short, bats fifth. Anthony Jansanti will be at second, batting sixth. Switch hitting catcher batting seventh is Albert Cordero. The DH Wilfredo Rodriguez bats eighth, and batting ninth, Skeeters left fielder Joe Benson.
Here's the Patriots defense. Eggleston, Patrioli, and Guzman left to right of the outfield. Rosario, Rodriguez, Kelly, and LaHair around the diamond, third to first. Donahue catching Lucas Irvine.
First pitch here to Derek Miller. This one a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Miller with that clutch home run with one out in the bottom of the ninth tied the game. Skeeters sent it into extra innings, had a chance to win it in the 10th, but a walk-off single by Andy Wilkins in the 11th won it. This one is low. Also, that home run by Miller was his third since joining the Skeeters. He only had 3 home runs in his entire career combined before that. Well, Miller really doing a nice job here with the Skeeters, both offensively and defensively. The 1-1 swung and hit high and over the head of third baseman Omar Rosario. Cutting it up before he gets into the corner is Eggleston, but Miller's going to try for 2, and he's going to slide in safely with a leadoff stand-up double to start this one for the Skeeters.
Just see the confidence continue to rise in Miller. You know, one of the younger guys in the league, but after some sparing playing time over the first couple of weeks, he has kept his name in that lineup, and he's done so by hitting at a high clip.
Miller at second, and that is perfect for Travis Scott, who bats from the left side, so if he can drag it to the right side, and Barfield up next, might get a run here with only the benefit of one hit. Scott comes in at .271 with 2 home runs and 12 RBIs. Miller, by the way, has now hit in 14 of his last 15 ball games. They're going to set up outside here on Travis Scott. And the first pitch is down low, 1 ball and no strikes to count. On the mound is Lucas Irvine. 0-1, a .476 ERA, 28 years old, 6'1", 200 pounds from Grove, Oklahoma. The 1-0 here to Travis Scott. They set up away. Irvine's pitch is swung and hit into left field and into that corner. Eggleston, a long run, if that's a fair ball, and it is. It'll rattle around in the corner. Around third and coming home is Miller. A double for Scott, and back-to-back doubles to start this game for the Skeeters. Leads to a 1-0 lead.
Boy, Eggleston was way over in the left center field gap. That ball, like a drive down the fairway, was just up in the air forever and landed on the warning track, and no chance to make a play.
Well, unlike a Brett Dolan drive on the fairway, this one was hit very, very well, and you got to give Scott a lot of credit. Over the last couple of weeks, he's made a very concerted effort to try to go the other way because they kept shifting on him, and it's always not how you start a season, it's how you adapt when they adapt to you. And he sent some balls through the left side, and that one down the left field corner with the left fielder Eggleston moving more towards right center with the left-handed hitter up expecting to pull. Was an easy double there for Scott. First pitch here to Jeremy Barfield is a strike. No balls on 1 strike. Barfield, .296. 9 home runs and 20 RBIs. And a really interesting note, you could make a argument he's almost the Babe Ruth of the Atlantic League, and not because he was last year's Atlantic League MVP, but he has 9 home runs. The entire Somerset Patriots team has 13. Remember when Ruth out-homered a bunch of teams, and he's almost there with the Patriots, and that's just unbelievable. The Somerset Patriots constructed a little bit different than they usually are. They are good starting pitching. In fact, great starting pitching, a very good bullpen, but it is defense and speed otherwise. They have 46 stolen bases already in 31 games. Their starting pitching has been terrific. This one is a strike on the inside corner. 1-2 here on Barfield. And when you look at the way they're constructed team-wise and where they stack up in the league, they're hitting .257, which is almost middle of the pack. It's 5th in the league. But they're first in team ERA, .337 as a team. I mean, any pitcher would be glad to have that ERA. They're second in fielding, a .983 fielding percentage, and time for the least amount of errors with 18. So you're talking about an error just once every 2 games. Spinning towards second as Irvine, he does not throw. Barfield awaiting the 1-2. Irvine has been drafted twice. He was selected in the 43rd round by Chicago in 2010 out of Northwestern State University of Louisiana, then in the 27th round by the Rays in 2012, 2 years later. The 1-2 to Barfield, swung on a drill down the left side, but that should hook foul and does. Count remains 1-2. Last 3 starts 0-1 with an even 5 ERA for Irvine. He got hit hard by the Skeeters in his last start. He picked up his first loss of the year. He went 7 innings, but he allowed 10 hits, 7 runs. They were all earned. Did not strike out about or walk 3. 103 pitches and 65 for strikes. 1-0 the Skeeters in front here in the bottom of the first on back-to-back doubles to lead off the game for Sugar Land. There's still nobody out now. Barfield does not like the time that Irvine was taking.
So if you think of that now, 7 innings plus 2 batters. He's given up 12 hits and 8 runs to the Skeeters in a start plus.
Well, Skeeters have struggled in their career against Somerset. It looks like the Skeeters are his kryptonite. This one hit to right center field. Tagging but holding is Scott. So Barfield just didn't get it far enough over to right field. That'll be the first out. 1 down, 1 in, 1 on, and Andy Wilkins will step in. Wilkins had a great game yesterday. Well, him and Miller really helped the Skeeters win in yesterday's contest. He was on base 4 times. He had a home run, 2 walks, and that walk-off single in the 11th. So 3 runs in all driven in by Wilkins just yesterday. And he is really starting to hit the ball well. A little more on Irvine. 3 seasons as a pro, 7-6, a 4.11 ERA. Irvine in his 2nd season with the Patriots. He was with Somerset in 2015, 6-8 with a 3.41 ERA, and at Northwestern State, he owned a 31-27 record and a 3.38 ERA. This one is a little bit high, didn't miss by much, 1-0. Umpires for tonight: Jim Tatum behind the dish, calling balls and strikes. Joe Harris at first, and Greg Oros at third. Oros, interesting, and Brett had him on for an interview a few years ago, and he actually umpired in the Olympics, which is now conveniently back in the Olympics, as it should be. This one is low. 2 balls and no strikes. How do you think the Olympics are going to work? I mean, it's in the middle of the baseball season. People are not going to do what they did with the World Baseball Classic, like in spring training, and send their best players. Do you think it's going to be a lot of affiliated guys? Or do you think it's not going to be any affiliated guys?
Yeah, it's going to be a non-40-man roster, I would think, for the most part, unless maybe an occasional prospect is given permission. But, first things first, it's just good to have it back.
Remember when Terry Steinbeck was with the A's, he actually asked if he could leave for a couple of weeks to play in the Olympics. Do you think there'll be a couple of guys, maybe backup catchers, that'll ask if they can go play in the Olympics for their country?
I think it would be tough.
Even for the 25th guy in your roster?
Yeah, I think it's tough.
And I give Japan a lot of credit. They've already talked about, and they're going to cease their season for a couple of weeks so all their players can go play in the Olympics. I wish we would do it here. The NHL has done it, although they are now saying they're not going to do it anymore. This one is sky deep to center. Going back is Pacioli to the wall, and this one's gone to right center field. Here in Constellation Field is a shot and a half, and Wilkins has done it again. His second 2-run homer in 2 days, and the Skeeters here in the first lead at 3-0 on the 7th home run of the year by Andy Wilkins.
Wow. He's hit home runs to all portions of the park, left, center, and right. That one, though, not only cleared the splash pad, probably did so by 15 feet or so. That's a spot where few balls land.
I was ready to call that an out. I mean, you've seen enough game over here over the last 3+ seasons to know that's usually just an out. Man, did he hit that a ton. Well, Skeeters off to a good start, and once again, they have the number of Lucas Irvine in the first. And now 10 runs in his last 7 1/3 innings against the Skeeters. In steps Kevin Aarons, former first-round pick and Houston native, takes this one low, 1-0. Aarons 303, 3 home runs and 20 RBIs on the season. Kicking and firing is Irvine, and this one is high and outside. 2 balls and no strikes to count here on Kevin Aarons. Aarons' last 2 games, really seeing the ball well. He is 5 for 10 and even 500. 2 runs scored and 2 RBIs. That is just smoking out over 2 games. This one right down the middle for a strike, but it gets away from Donahue. 2 balls and a strike here. 1 out, none on, 3 in here for the Skeeters. An RBI double by Travis Scott and a 2-run homer by Andy Wilkins. And when you look at this lineup, despite, keep in mind, Josh Prince and Lance Zawatsky out of the lineup, and Zawatsky was just placed on the DL, so he's going to be out for a while. Prince hopefully will be back in a few. The 2-1. This one swung and hit towards short. Charging it is Rodriguez, and he can't come up with it. Everything going wrong here for the Patriots. Just mentioned how good of a fielding team they were. That will most likely be an E6.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know if he had to quite hurry as much as he did. He was trying to play that with one hand and quickly throw on the run and never did come up with it cleanly.
I was saying, even with Prince and Zawadzki out of the lineup, look at this line. Derek Miller, who's on fire. Travis Scott, always a solid hitter. Barfield's on fire. Wilkins is on fire. Kevin Aarons, who has been a great addition to this lineup. Jan Santi's now back in the lineup. And even you have both catchers who hit pretty well in this game. Cordero's catching. Rodriguez is the DH. And then Joe Benson with his speed 9. So despite two big pieces out of this lineup, still a pretty potent lineup. This one swung and foul back. Speaking of Jan Santi, Jan Santi is on, I would say, an unusual hitting streak, to say the least. He missed 7 games due to an injury, but he's come back and he's been red hot still. So he's hit in 11 straight over a 19-game span. That's a long time for an 11-game hitting streak.
Yeah, it is. So you were running through those Skeeters hitters, though. You ran out 5 names before you get to Jan Santi, who's been the hottest hitter despite that layoff. And it's amazing that he's been able to resume after missing some playing time.
Well, during his hitting streak, he is 20 for 43, hitting .465. That is a pretty good clip right there, and he's also hit in 17 of his last 18 games, as this one is popped up over our heads. Donahue, a late break. No, he's got a play here, and he pulls it down. He had absolutely no idea where the ball was, and his teammates pointed it out. Just a foul at just a few feet behind him. Taking this kind of cloudy type day is probably very difficult to see out there. Might see a few more like that, perhaps. Even with the ground ball to Rodriguez might have been tough off the bat. That'll bring in Albert Cordero. Cordero, the switch hitting catcher, batting here from the left side. .318 off to a good start. 1 home run and 9 RBIs for Cordero. Albert, 8 for his last 30, a .266 mark over his last 8 games. So he's cooled off a little, but still hitting well. Check on the pitch count here as we get a moment. For Irvine, it's got to be up there already here in the first. And a throw to first, just diving back in time, is Aarons. 20 pitches already here in the first. .3-0 the Skeeters leading here. 3 runs on 3 hits. The Somerset Patriots no runs on just 1, and we're only in the bottom of the first. This one is outside. 1 ball and no strikes here on Cordero. Albert, a big part of the Skeeters championship team last year, along with the other catcher who is in this line. But actually, if there's an injury to a catcher, it's going to be quite a rotation.
Right.
All 3 catchers are in the lineup. Scott at first. Cordero catching, and Rodriguez is the designated hitter. Long look in here by Irvine. They set up inside the 1-0. This one is outside, however, for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. So missed the target, but got the result he wanted. And I think Donahue was kind of turned towards the side, ready to come up and throw. Aarons has speed, so he might take off here at some point, especially if Cordero goes down in the count. Right, perhaps right here if he goes down 1-2. The 1-1 here from Irvine. Swung and foul back, and there it is, 1-2. We'll see if Aarons is off to the races here. 2-0 in stolen bases. 1-0 since joining the Skeeters. He's got speed, no question about it. Let's see if he goes here. I will keep an eye on him for you. Now it's a little muddy out there, but I hope this does not slow down the pace for this entire game. I'm going to repeat these 3 words until it works. Pace of play. Again, a throw to first, 1-2. A couple of early scores. Top of the 7th already. The Bees are destroying York. I take it they have a little jet lag. They're down 10-0. Southern Maryland is beating the Barnstormers, which is good news for the Skeeters. 5-2 in the bottom of the 5th. This one way high as Donahue had to come out of the crouch and reach up high. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 1 on. Bottom of the 3rd. Skeeters with 3 runs in here in the bottom of the 1st. They have a 3-0 lead. Irvine's pace might kill me and Brett today.
Well, he just kind of falls in line, I think, with the ones that have preceded him.
The 2-2 swung, a hit to the right side. The second baseman Kelly to his left. He'll throw to first. Great cover by Lucas Irvine. Otherwise, that is a hit for Cordero. That will go down 4-1 on the putout, the unusual 4-1 putout, and that'll do it. But the Skeeters sent 7 men to the plate. They scored 3 times on 3 hits, 1 error, 1 man left on base. Skeeters get 3 on 2 doubles, and highlighted by the Andy Wilkins home run. And after 1 inning of play, it's 3-0 Sugar Land. Yeah. Did LaHair win a Super Bowl for sure?
No, I think he was in it in his like rookie year. He'll be in Canton someday.
We move to the top of the second. Kyle Drabeck has a 3-0 lead thanks to an RBI double by Travis Scott and a 2-run homer by Andy Wilkins. Had a 1-2-3 first, so we will face the meat of the order here. 4, 5, and 6 in the top of the second. It'll be former Major League All-Star and Atlantic League All-Star Brian LaHair, Omar Rosario, and Carlos Guzman. First pitch here is just off the outside corner. 1 ball and no strikes to count. Drabeck kicks and deals the 1-0, and this one is just off the outside corner. 2 balls and no strikes. LaHair comes in at 226. No home runs and 3 RBIs. LaHair amongst the league leaders in walks, so he is still seeing the ball well. He's just not hitting it well. Third in the league in walks with 18. This one is low, 3-0. Last RBI came on May 1st and 2nd. That's quite a drought. Had 86 RBIs last year. 3-0. And there's a strike. 3 balls and 1 strike to count. LaHair played some time with your Royals and the Mariners.
Went overseas.
Yep. This one is fouled off. That'll run the count full. 3 balls and 2 strikes to count here on LaHair. Let's see if Drabeck can battle back here. A 3-2 by Drabeck. Swan, a hit out to right field. Barfield's there, though, and he brings down the liner for out number 1. So Drabeck battles back from a 3-0 count here to get LaHair. I'll bring in the veteran Omar Rosario. Rosario spent a ton of time in the Mexican League, including last year, 109 games. Hit .313. Had 73 RBIs, 134 hits, even stole 18 bases. In steps Rosario, 276 overall, 3 home runs and 18 RBIs for Olmo. And squares the bunt here, but takes the first strike on the outside corner. 0-1. Rosario, always a tough out. He is your prototypical, does not walk very much, and makes a ton of contact. This one is low. 1 ball and 1 strike to count. What did Mariano Duncan say? Walks don't get you off the island.
They certainly do not. Although maybe today's day and age, they get a little extra bonus points for them.
The 1-1 big swing and a miss. Foul tipped into the net of Cordero, and Rosario, even at age 36, still has that quick bat.
If Omar put an L between the M and the O in his name, it'd be palindromic. We spell the same way, forwards and backwards.
The 1-2 grounded past third. That's a fair ball. Wilkins kind of stopped, thinking it was foul. That goes down the line into the corner. Joe Benson will dig it out, but Rosario is going to have a double. So after retiring the first 4 straight, Somerset has a runner at second with only 1 away, and Wilkins was extremely surprised. That was called fair. I thought it went right over the bag.
Yeah, that was fair. I think Wilkins was the only one who thought it was foul. Even Gary, who had a great view, it doesn't argue or provide any beef from the dugout.
Rosario's 5th double of the year, and in steps Carlos Guzman. Guzman, the former Met prospect from Brooklyn, New York. Been in the Atlantic League for a few years now. Played for Camden a few years ago. First pitch to Guzman, this one outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Carlos 223, a home run and 15 RBIs overall. Guzman 3rd on the team right now in RBIs. Swung and a miss. Good off-speed pitch there by Drebeck. Guzman way out in front. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 1 on. Top of the second. Skeeters with a 3-0 lead here over the Patriots. Both of these teams now neck and neck in record. The Skeeters are 18-14, and Patriots are 18-13. And the Bridgeport Bluefish have caught them after Somerset off to a very good start. The 1-1 here by the Skeeters' Kyle Drebeck. This one down low. 2-1, I think, in the playoffs last year. Brett, and the Skeeters, and even I did not want to see Somerset in the championship. Mentioned the record all-time, 42-62, so the Skeeters have not done well against them. And they were 1 game away from not even being in the playoffs. New Britain lost the final game of the season. Had they won, Somerset would have been sitting home. Instead, Somerset played the Ducks. We're up 2-0. We're headed to the championship to play the Skeeters, and they blew a 2-0 lead. This one hit into right field for a base hit. Let's see if they send Rosario. Nope. Gets a stop sign at the last second. Great throw by Barfield, whose momentum carried him straight to the ground on his chest, and he holds the runner at third.
To say he gets every ounce of energy into his throws is an understatement, because he does kind of take a belly flop like he's on a slip and slide when he unleashes towards the dish.
Well, to bring up Adam Donahue, and you have to say clearly a double play candidate. He is a big boy, and your typical does not run very well for a catcher type. 211, no home runs, 3 RBIs. He was a big part of Somerset for a number of years, including helping them win the championship the year before the Skeeters in 2015, but then decided to go coach in Korea with his former hitting coach and former big leaguer Shane Spencer. I guess he got that bug and wanted to still play. Jake Hale had that same issue. Well, he didn't take a year off. He decided he wasn't going to play, and then a month into the season last year he thought, you know, I still miss playing, and he came back and helped the Skeeters win a title. Check swing down low. They appeal. He did not go. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Runners on the corner. Skeeters with a 3-0 lead. And both of the starters in both Drebeck and Irvine did not pitch well in their last start, so no lead certainly safe. Righty-righty matchup here for Drebeck. They set up outside, throw to first. Pretty good one, but sliding back in head first in time is Guzman. Guzman has pretty decent speed still. I wouldn't call him a threat necessarily, but he'll swipe some here and there still. The 1-1 here to Donahue. This one is low and in. 2 balls and a strike here. And just a slight breeze going out to right center. I don't know if it'll help left-handed hitters that much. The 2-1. Swung and belted into left field. There's a base hit. That's going to score the runner Rosario from third. And the Patriots cut it to 2. Skeeters only up 3-1 now. RBI number 4 for Donahue.
Instead of getting that double play, it just keeps the line moving, and now you have a number 8 hole hitter batting .314, so the Patriots have a chance to climb right back in this game.
Now Justin Pacioli will step in. .314, no home runs, 10 RBIs. Number 1 on his back, number 8 in the order. Open stance from the right side for Pacioli. First pitch here by Drabek. This one is a strike at the knees. No balls and 1 strike to count. He's listed at 6'2", 190. Looks a lot thinner than that, though. Easton, Pennsylvania native. I don't mean Eastern. Easton. E-A-S-T-O-N. They set up inside. The 0-1 is down low. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 1 in. 3-1. Skeeters in front here of the Patriots in the top of the second. They have 2 on. Guzman down at second, and Donahue on at first. The 1-1 here from Drabek. This one hit hard and past the diving third baseman Wilkins. It got out in a hurry. Benson on it, so the bases will be loaded here. And Drabek once again in trouble after a 1-2-3 first.
Benson took a little extra time to make sure he scooped that ball cleanly after he overran a couple in 1 inning earlier in this homestand, but there was no way that Guzman was going to score. So Drabek back in that situation he was with Donahue at the plate, just hoping to get a ground ball maybe to turn 2 to get out of this inning.
And now we're going to get a visit to the mound by the Skeeters pitching coach, Rafi Montalvo. He will try to settle down Drabek. And Drabek right now throwing way too many pitches. 19 for strikes, 14 for balls. 32 total pitches, not where you want to be in the second inning. Want to remind you that the Spasmatics come back to Constellation Field for the 2nd straight year. One of the most popular 80s cover bands in the country will be here on June 9th. For tickets, call 281-240-HITS or log on to sugarlandskeeters.com.
Do you think they would let you maybe perform a song or get up on stage for a little segment of their concert?
I don't know, but I'd be down. They took my 7th inning stretch last year. They owe me one.
They do. That's not a bad idea. I think you need to find a way to make this work.
Well, why don't you be my manager for once instead of always dictating over there? Help me out.
Do you have an 80s tune that you would croon, that you would sing if you got your shot?
That's a good question. I mean, I'm always partial to Tainted Love by Soft Cell or I Ran by Flock of Seagulls.
Oh, Jesse's Girl.
I don't know if I can pull off a Rick Springfield song. That might be a stretch for me. Yeah, I'd love to sing an 80s band. That would be a bucket list move right there. Maybe a Joan Jett song.
Okay.
Do a mean Folsom Prison, but that doesn't qualify for an 80s cover band song. Curveball up high, 2-0 the count here to Alfredo Rodriguez. We have an Alfredo and a Wilfredo in this game. This is the Somerset Patriots shortstop, Alfredo Rodriguez. I think his nickname's probably taken, A-Rod. What'd you call Wilfredo Rodriguez last year? Wilrod?
I think so.
Yeah, that was yours. Patent by Brett Dolan. 3 balls and no strikes. Drabek has nowhere to put him. Bases loaded here, only 1 away. Tell you almost rather give up a grand slam than walk a run in. Not quite, but almost. A 3-0 here by Drabek. There's a strike on the outside corner. 3-1 the count. 3-1 your score. Skeeters in front, but that lead in jeopardy here with the bases loaded and only 1 away. Good hitters count. 3-1. Swan hit high in the air to center. This will get 1 in. Miller has a beat on it, though, in deep right center. Hauls it in. Tagging and scoring. And now everyone's going to tag up the throw to second. Is not in time. That would have been interesting to see if the run scored. I think he would have gotten across the plate, but almost got a double play out of a great throw by Miller. That'll be a sac fly RBI. RBI number 4 on the season for Drabek. Certainly not the worst thing. Now you could get out of this still with a lead. It's 3-2 now, however.
It was a daring play by Pacioli. I think he was expecting the throw to go to third with Donahue running. The better play was at second, and they almost got him.
You don't often see 3 base runners move up on a sac fly. Miller went deep, and he had to go back, so his momentum was going towards the wall. So heads up play by the Patriot base runners. back to the top of the order with second baseman Scott Kelly. It's one hit out into the left center field, and Miller's right there. It'll bring down the liner for the final out. So good job by Miller in the last two plays. Gets Drimmick out of any further damage. But the Patriots pick up a pair of runs. They get 2 runs on 4 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base. Middle of the second, it is still the Skeeters in front, but just by a run now, 3-2. So the Skeeters, who led 3-0, now lead just by a run 3-2 after Someret puts up a pair in the top half of this inning here in the second. Sugar Land would try to get some back as they send up 8-9-1. Wilfredo Rodriguez, Joe Benson, who the only 2 hitters who did not hit in the first, and then back to the top of the order with Derek Miller. Wilfredo Rodriguez will lead off here after Alfredo Rodriguez in the final out. In the top half of this inning, Wilfredo 231, no home runs and no RBIs. In steps the Skeeters' designated hitter here tonight. And the first pitch to Wilfredo is down low, 1-0. Wilfredo Rodriguez, 2 for 9 to start the season. Former 7th round pick of the Rockies in 2012 out of the Puerto Rico Baseball Academy that produced players like Carlos Correa, the Skeeters' Jeff Dominguez, who has the only cycle in Skeeters history. The 1-1. Check swing, and that one foul to the right of home, and I think that one got a piece of Donahue.
Is Jeff Dominguez playing this year with anybody?
Not that I am aware of, unless he's playing in his native Puerto Rico. Player coach here last year for the Skeeters. And to be honest, I thought he was the Championship Series MVP last year. Curveball, and this one almost hits Rodriguez. 2 balls and 2 strikes here to Rodriguez. This night gets nicer and nicer after earlier today. It looked like it was going to bring way too much rain to this area. 76 degrees right now. Humidity at 78, wind 10 miles an hour.
Tell you what, this morning the commute wasn't much fun for the people in this county. It was coming down in buckets. Beautiful night though, the end result.
Payoff pitch here to Rodriguez. This one down low, ball 4. So for the second straight inning, Skeeters get the leadoff man on. First walk of the evening for Irvine, and with 1 on and none out, in steps Joe Benson. Well, Benson has certainly been struggling at the plate. With a runner on, you tempted with his speed maybe to see if he'll try to bunt for a hit here. Well, let's see if Benson lays one down here. Perhaps coming in at third already is Rosario, so I'm not the only one thinking that. Benson just 3 for his last 28, a 107 mark in his last 8 games. Does not square, and takes the first pitch for a strike on the inside corner. No balls and 1 strike to get.
It's hard not to be frustrated personally, with a stretch like that, you start to talk about nearly 30 at-bats. That's a week plus. Maybe just a couple of hits, though, could kickstart something for Joe.
So on a bullet, Netson getting into center field for a base hit. Good call, Beto. And first and second with nobody out as we go back to the top of the order with the red-hot Derek Miller, who's already doubled and scored in this one. Let's see if Miller can keep this train moving. And you just gotta wonder how long Irvine can go. I mean, he let up 3 runs in the first, 2 more hits to start the second. Now, sometimes you say that and you're observing, and then a guy straightens out and he's lights out for the next 5 innings. But this guy allowed 7 earned runs in his last start against the Skeeters. So there is a track record. In steps Miller. Miller came in at 303, 3 home runs and 14 RBIs. This one is a strike on the inside corner. No balls and 1 strike to count. Derek steps back in. He has now hit in 8 straight games. The 0-1 here from the right-hander Irvine. Swung and foul tipped. It was in and out of the mitt and maybe even off the shin guard of Donahue. $3-2 your score here in the bottom half of the 3rd inning. Skeeters threatening for more. Runners on first and second and nobody out. Irvine a long look in here. The 0-2 to Miller. This one low and away, backhanded by Donahue. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 35 pitches already for Irvine. 21 for strikes, 14 for balls. Both teams with 4 hits apiece. Skeeters leading 3-2 here in the bottom half of the 2nd inning. All Miller has to do is get it to that right side. With his speed, he will most likely beat out a double play. The 1-2. Low and away, 2-2. Miller, a great eye at the plate. He's been really getting on base here. Not just via the hit and his .303 average coming in, but he's got a .409 on base percentage, which is highest on the team. The 2-2. This one under the hands of Miller. That'll run the count full, and Irvine painting himself into a corner here. He is 1 pitch away from loading the bases. Three balls, 2 strikes, 2 on, none out. They set up outside. The payoff pitch to Miller, but Irvine spins towards second, no throw. And was Irvine just not sure what he wanted to throw, or did he think that the runners were going to be moving here with nobody out?
I'm guessing the former. This is a case where if I'm Derek, I'm sitting on a fastball. I'll be curious to see what Irvine throws.
Again, they set up away, and the payoff pitch swung and drilled foul down the left side. Bounces out of the Somerset Patriots dugout and back onto the field about halfway between third and the pitching mound.
It was the fastball, fairly well located. That was at 87. I've seen him hit 88 once, so he's not overpowering, but he didn't want to walk Derek. He got ahead. He's invested a lot in this sequence. Came after him with a fastball. See if he does it again or whether he goes back to the breaking ball that hasn't been terribly sharp early for him.
Going to be another payoff pitch coming here to Miller. The 3-2 swung and hit sharply to third, and the throw to second not in time. So the third baseman Rosario tried to turn it into a double play, but could not. But again, even with an out, Miller hits it on the nose.
He threw to the wrong base. He had a better play at first base to get Benson, who was further off.
Hence the expression a little off base. So 1 out, 2 on still for Travis Scott, with Jeremy Barfield looming on deck. Scott doubled homer run to give the Skeeters their first run of the game. Skeeters would add 2 more on Andy Wilkins' home run, make it 3-0, but Somerset scored a pair in the top of the second. That's where we are here, 3-2 Skeeters, as they search for more. First pitch to Scott. This one is a little bit high and Another home plate umpire who won't just go strike to the right side, just points. He comes up and he goes 1. He puts his 1 in the air like, I'm number 1, but it's a ball when he does that.
He does verbalize those strikes.
Well, maybe we need to mic him up. My crowd mic only goes so far. The 1-0. This one in the dirt. 2 balls and no strikes here on Travis. Or as he likes to be called, T. Scott. Now, his wife, my former coworker, Miss McFarland. Now I have to call her T-Mac. I can't call her T-Mac anymore. I have to call her T. Scott. So they're both T. Scott.
There you go.
Well, Taylor probably here at the ballpark. She's here quite often. 3 balls and no strikes to T. Scott. Michael Nick said to me on the road, he said, it's not Scott, it's T. Scott. I said, sure thing, Nix. The 3-0 here to Travis. This one is chopped off the foot of Travis Scott. He goes down there for a minute, but comes back up quickly. 3-1.
Reach back for a little extra on the green light. 3-0, trying to do some damage, and he did some damage to his instep.
Donnie knows Scott's been a catcher in this league for years. We'll try to give him a few more seconds to recover as he goes to the mound. Good sportsmanship by Donahue. Travis is going to still have a good hitter's count. 3-1 with runners on first and second and only 1 away. Now everybody's ready. Scott awaiting the 3-1 here from Irvine. They set up outside. The pitch is down low, ball 4. And Irvine has loaded the bases here with 2 walks. Now he is in big trouble because Jeremy Barfield is hot right now. And on deck, Andy Wilkins may be even hotter. So he's going to pitch to 3 and 4 in the lineup. 2 guys who are hitting the ball and long balls very well right now. Barfield has homered in 3 of his last 5 games. Wilkins has hit home runs in his last 2 games. Barfield on a pace to even destroy his own single season Skeeters record. Hit 27 last year, won the home run crown. Set the new Skeeters record at 27. We're not even a third of the way through. In fact, we're not even a quarter of the way through.
And I don't feel like he's hit his stride yet either.
You're talking about a 40-plus home run pace. League record is 49 by Ozzie Canseco. The 1-0. This one is low and away. 2 balls and no strikes.
49.
49 in 140 games. That's quite a feat. But I always think, oh man, a guy got gypped. You know, you want to get to 50. Even I think about this year, you know, the Skeeters, the Yankees' Aaron Judge is on pace, you know, to have 25 by the All-Star break. So that means he's on pace to hit 60. So figure about 50. And that would actually break the rookie record, which is Mark McGuire's at 49. So sometimes
there you go.
You set a record only for the next one to break it to really hit a bigger milestone and a more round number. The 3-0. This one is down low, ball 4, and Irvine has walked a run in here, and the Skeeters are leading 4-2 now.
Boy, you absolutely need a mound visit, you would think, here. Back-to-back walks, walking Barfield on 4 pitches, as you said, now maybe facing the guy who's done the most damage in the last couple of games, and it will finally prompt a visit from the pitching coach, Corey Domel.
He's got much bigger problems with Wilkins. Wilkins, home run here already in his first at-bat, went over the right center field wall, and you think, all right, well, it's not dead center. Hitting a home run here at Constellation Field to right center is quite the feat. I think the only thing tougher is hitting it over the batter's eye, because here in dead center with the batter's eye, if it hits the batter's eye, it isn't play. It's like hitting one off the green monster. You have to hit over that tall batter's eye, which I've only seen done once here in 6 years now. That was by Ryan Langerhans. Absolutely crushed one. Wilkins, 272. Now 7 home runs and 19 RBIs, which I believe puts him in the top 5. Let's see here. Nope, not yet. Getting there, though. Jerry Sands of Somerset leads the league with 26. All right, just a quick chat here. Donald will go back to the dugout. And Irvine, I don't know how long you can stay with him, and it looks like Patriots might start to get somebody throwing here, and they do.
Yeah, they've got a left-hander up, and he's warming with a purpose right now. He's just not playing light catch.
I think that purpose is as quick as possible, as he is throwing at a pace most pitchers would normally warm up with. That is Dwayne Below. First pitch here to Wilkins. This one is, you could just tell on that check swing he was loading up, ready to just destroy a ball. 1 ball and no strikes to count here on Andy. Now Irvine, really, his pitch count is just terrible, quite frankly. 50 pitches, 24 for strikes, 26 for balls. He has walked 3 here in the inning, including walking 1 in. This one down low, 2-0.
It's at least 7 straight.
You gotta wait till he throws a strike if you're Wilkins.
I don't think so.
No? If you see a big fatty, just grip it and rip it.
As hard as you can.
The 2-0. There's one. This one is Scott, and Wilkins knew he got under it way too much. This should get a run across, though. Right fielder Guzman very deep and right. Tagging, and third is Joe Benson. He'll make it easily, and the Skeeters once again lead by 3, 5-2. A sac fly RBI. That is the second straight game that Wilkins has had a 2-run home run, a sac fly. So that is 6 RBIs in his last 2 ball games.
And yet he wasn't very happy because he knew he probably didn't miss that in the barrel by much of possibly going yard again.
I'll pass the baton to Kevin Aarons, who reached on there by shortstop Alfredo Rodriguez. Aarons came in at 303 with 3 home runs and 20 RBIs. Aarons with the Skeeters so far in 6 games, hitting .280. No home runs and 3 RBIs. This one fouled into the screen to our right. 0-1 the count. Overall, 303, 3 home runs, 20 RBIs. He's amongst the league leaders in doubles. Sits atop the lead right now with 12. The 0-1. Swollen and chopped towards third, just foul. So 0-2 here on Aarons.
This is where a big hit from Aarons almost forces the hand of the Patriots and Brett Jody as far as whether or not you want to leave Lucas Irvine in the game. It would be potentially runs 6 and 7, and as you mentioned, the pitch count is just completely out of whack. Sometimes you hope, you get an out, get back to the dugout, you can get back on track the next inning with an efficient inning. He's going to have to do it a couple of times to stay in this game.
Mentioned Aarons, a Houston native, was named Player of the Year in the greater Houston area and twice selected to the All-State and 3 times All-District, all in high school. This one in the dirt, smothered by Donahue. It rolls to his right a couple of feet, but no advance by Scott at second or Barfield at first. 1-2 now the count on Aarons. Skeeters 5 runs on 4 hits. Somerset 2 runs on 4. Patriots have committed 1 error. The Skeeters have not. We're in the bottom of the second inning. Could be a high-scoring affair. The 1-2. Swollen and belted deep to left field, going back to the track, and this one is off the base of the wall. Scoring easily is Travis Scott. Barfield will be held at third, and the Skeeters are up 6-2. Man, did Aarons crush that one. Another double, as to his league-leading total, now 13. Gets RBI number 21.
That will indeed do it for Irvine.
Oh, here comes Brett Jody, and before he even comes anywhere near the third base chalk line, he has already signaled to the bullpen. So, coming in will be the new pitcher. That will be Dwayne Below as we step out. Skeeters have scored 3 times here in the second after scoring 3 in the first. They have a 6-2 lead. Back in a moment.
Patriots have gone to the bullpen here in the second inning. And left-hander Dwayne Below on his 10th appearance, 1-0, a 3.21 ERA. He's given up 16 hits in 14 innings, 5 earned runs. He's also struck out 14.
Oh, Below will take over here. Below in his last outing, went 2 innings in a 4-3 loss to Sugar Land. Did not allow a run on 1 hit, no walks, struck out 4. Got beat up a little bit in the relief appearance before that at Southern Maryland. 2 innings, 5 runs for the Maroon. This one is a strike to Anthony Jansanti, who takes the first pitch. Now 0-1.
Good velo for Below at 90.
Well done. Jansanti fouled out to the catcher Donahue his first time up. Has a chance to really open this up with a base hit. Big swing and a miss. Gets away from Donahue just a few feet to his left. 3 runs in here in the bottom of the second inning. Skeeters are leading 6-2, but threatening for more with 2 down. Have runners on second and third. Jeremy Barfield at third, and Kevin Aaron's on second. The southpaw Below, well, spells it like below. So on a missed strike 3, and it is Jansanti who is gunned down by Below. First strikeout of the game for the Patriots, but the Skeeters get 3 more runs. They get 3 runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We are through 2, as the Skeeters up by 4, 6-2 over the Patriots. We move to the top half of the third inning. Skeeters got 3 more back. They lead 6-2 here. It'll be 2, 3, and 4 here for the Patriots. Aaron Eggleston, Jerry Sands, and Brian LaHair. And we're joined here in the booth by NFL punter Shane Leckler. Shane, how are you today?
Doing good, man. Nice night. I didn't know it was going to be like this, the way it looked this morning, but it turned out to be good.
Got a chance to throw the first pitch. Have you tossed around the apple in a while? Or?
No, it's been a while. You know, I've been coaching the girls softball teams now, so that ball felt like a marble.
And I understand you are a coach with our own Kyle Dawson, also in that league. 2 different teams. You guys ever have a bench clearing brawl or anything like that?
No.
The girls go?
We had a lot of laughs, though. I know that.
Of course, you went to high school here in Texas, East Bernard. Tell us about your high school career. I mean, you were a pretty good athlete, baseball, football, as this one is sky to deep right. Barfield might have to watch this one go. He is back to the track, and this one's going to leave. And not good luck here for you, Shane Leckler.
No, that wasn't at all.
Well, Eggleston goes deep with the wind blowing slightly out to right. And once again, this high-scoring affair continues. Skeeters up 6-3. But when you were in high school, did you have a first love? Was it baseball, football? Was it another sport?
You know, it was definitely baseball was my first love. My cousin Ty played for the University of Texas when they went back-to-back World Series, and he's now the head coach at Texas State. He's been there for 18 years. So that was, I mean, he was kind of like my hero growing up. He was like the closest one to me that was in college ball at the time.
Yet you decide not to go to UT, but you go to A&M. How did that work?
It was crazy because I was my first love was baseball. My room was burnt orange and white, and I went to A&M and played football. So I think I made the right decision, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, I didn't know that about you and Ty because obviously Greg Swindell and him are such good friends.
I know Zeke.
Know Zeke quite well. Worked many a game with him.
Now, A&M, when do you decide you were a good quarterback? Or how do you go from quarterback to punter and say, all right, this is the one. This is my career path, punter. As this one is tagged.
Well, do I need to get out of the booth?
You might have to. This one's going to leave in left field. Back-to-back home runs here to start the third. So you bring a football guy to a baseball game. This is what happens.
Well, Shane I think he won a home run derby in this ballpark.
I did. Sure did.
Those are J.J. Watts.
JJ's classic, yeah.
Let me answer that question for you, though. When someone told you might be able to play 20 years in the NFL, you said, let me kick.
Yeah, exactly. At the time, it was a tough decision for me because I couldn't wrap my head around playing 5 to 6 plays a game. You feel like you can't affect a football game. And, I went from playing offense and defense in high school every down of every Friday night to punting 5, 6 times a game.
Did you go to A&M knowing you were just going to punt or maybe have a chance to be a quarterback?
No, I went there as a quarterback. And, and I redshirted my first year behind Corey Pulig. And then going into my next year, that's whenever Brandon Stewart transferred from University of Tennessee when Peyton had beat him out up there. And then they kind of, I don't want to say the job was handed to him, but I mean, he kind of walked into the starting role without a lot of competition. And then, it was just kind of one of those things. It was frustrating at first, but had a long talk with RC about it. And, I give him credit. He convinced me that would be the best move.
So 2 runs in here. It is 6-4 as this one is swung and a miss. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count on former big leaguer Brian LaHair, who lined out to right. We're joined here in the booth by NFL punter and Houston Texan Shane Legler. And of course, your career started with the Raiders. And what was it like? I mean, the Raiders are the Raiders. They are characters. And taking you fit in there well?
Very, very unique. Coming from a small town of East Bernard, going to Texas A&M, which is a close-knit community, and big tradition stuff, to going to Oakland, California. It was a little bit of a shock. It took me a little time to fit in, but it was football, and their fans love football, and that was all I needed.
Now, talk about the fans there, because me and my friend joked for years, growing up on Long Island as Jet fans, the Jets could never win. 40 years they won 1 game in Oakland. We used to joke that they let the prisons out to go to the game. And when you go there, you step off the mass transit system, BART, and you go down this long fence that's chain linked with barbed wire above. It looks just like you were on cuffs and you'd walk into a jail cell, and there's the big pirate with the eye patch for the Raiders at the end of that. What were those fans like?
It was exactly like you explained it. It felt like they moved Alcatraz over to the Coliseum for a day, but it was fun, man. I loved it. I know I started off there my rookie year. We go to the AFC Championship game.
Bowl 4, by the way, to LaHair.
And get beat by Baltimore. They win it. Then my second year is a tuck rule game in New England, which is in the playoffs. My third year, I go to the Super Bowl. I wish that would have happened a little later in my career because I took it for granted. I didn't take it for granted, but I did. I didn't soak in all the stuff because it took me until I got to Houston to go to the postseason again. And I'm going into my 18th year now, and I try to tell these guys all the time, the opportunity doesn't come around all the time. So when it does, and you got a team like we have right now, we got to take advantage of it.
And Kyle Drabek's going to leave this game, but we're going to keep it here. We're speaking to NFL punter Shane Legler. Speak about the Super Bowl experience. I got to go to the Super Bowl for the first time this year, and even as a fan, it was an unbelievable experience. I mean, even though the tickets were obviously overpriced, it was worth every dollar, no lie. So what was it like to play there? And you said you didn't soak it up, but you still had to realize you were in the Super Bowl.
I did, but if you think back, that 2002 season when we went to the Super Bowl, that was the last year that the AFC Championship game ended on Sunday and the Super Bowl was the next Sunday.
Yeah, that's right.
Now they got the 2-week deal. Ever since then, there's 2 weeks in between. So we beat Tennessee and go back in the locker room, and it's almost like go straight, get dressed, go straight to the team hotel. We need to know how many tickets you need. We need to know this, and go home and pack. We're leaving in the morning. So, and then also you get down there and you have media, then you have practice, and you have pictures, then you have another media day, and then all of a sudden the game is here. You're like, did we prepare? And, and everybody knows the circumstances that went down that weekend. We don't need to talk about it.
But I do ask you one question about that. So your coach, Chucky, goes to the other side. Of course he knew it was coming. He was just the coach of the Raiders. I mean, did you guys go into that Super Bowl knowing he knows all the plays?
We knew that he knew everything. And John's a great football coach, great football mind. And, he had our number that day. And if you go back and look at the films and the clippings that they'd had of him in practice that week, I mean, he sounded exactly like Rich Gannon. And those two, I got to be a part of them together, and they were like brothers. So they knew everything about each other. And it was one of those things. We were I wouldn't say outcoached. It was just a bad night for Rich, and he was a league MVP that year, and he throws 4 or 5 interceptions in a game, and it was uncharacteristic of him. He started pressing a little bit, but it was a great experience. I want one more shot at it, though.
When people ask you stories, though, about your time with the Raiders, does Al Davis's name come up first or Sebastian Janikowski?
It depends on who it is and how old they are. But playing for Al was unbelievable because he's a guy that marched to the beat of his own drum. And
what was it like? Because everyone, as fans, they don't like Al Davis, they don't like George Steinberg, but people who played for Steinberg and Al Davis love him. So what was he like as a GM and an owner?
Oh, he was unbelievable. He was hands-on. He was at every practice. He would walk out when we get ready to play the Broncos and they run that boot every Sunday. He'd walk out and tell the defensive end, "You better stay home." Every time he would stop practice, he knew what was going on. And Al was one of those guys. When the phone rang on the sideline, we knew within 2 plays it was getting thrown as far as it could get thrown.
Sean Gleason, by the way, in for relief for Kyle Drebeck. Just had a rough night, and he even left with a lead 6-4. But you can tell he did not have the stuff he needed to have tonight. So Gleason has been very good as a long man out of the bullpen will take over here. There's still nobody else. Back-to-back home runs by Eggleston and Sands, and a walk to LaHair ended the night for Drebeck. So Gleason takes over here. We're joined here by Houston Texans punter Shane Leckler, as this one is swallowed and missed. So I got to ask, those Raiders teams were a bunch of characters. You got to have one good story about a teammate that is just hysterical.
I mean, there's a lot of them. There's
one clean one out.
That's the tough part, isn't
it? The good thing about it was, whenever we would win on the road, this is all pre-9/11. So
this one drops into right center for a base hit as this continues.
We would win on the road, and we would go back through the airport after the games. And if you won, it was great because then either Al would swing by the bar right before we got to the one the closest to the airplane every time. And we'd wait till they came and got us twice before we went to the plane. And every time right there at the end, either Al would slip his credit card out or Bruce Allen take care of all of it. Man, that was
very nice.
That was a good old
see why you guys liked Al Davis. Talk also about, you went to East Bernard High School, you went to A&M, and then you get to play now here for the Texans. What's that been like for you?
It's been awesome because I've known Gary. Gary brought me here, and I knew Gary for a long time. He actually recruited me whenever he was coaching A&M before he went to the Niners. He recruited me at East Bernard to go to A&M, and so I had a little history with Gary, plus being a fellow Aggie, and just how good of a person he was. That was a great, easy transition for me, and plus to be able to come home and live in my house that I lived here the whole time in the off season when I was in Oakland, but to be able to finally come home and have my kids go to the same school year round was a huge deal for me, and it's been great. Playing Mr. McNair and those guys, the organization is a class act, and I've really enjoyed my time.
Still nobody out. 2 on here. LaHair is at second. Omar Rosario at first. 2 in here for the Patriots. Back-to-back home runs. Skeeters still leading 6-4. Sean Gleason has come on to relieve former big leaguer Kyle Drebeck. We're joined here in the booth by Shane Leckler. And talk about, I know you're good friends with J.J. Watt, and I'm sure he's a great guy to be around, but you must have a fun J.J. Watt story for us. I know the fans would like to hear it as this is bounced back to Gleason. We go to second for 1. They're really at a first in time. And finally, Shane Leckler pays off for us on the 1-4-3.
No, Watt, he's a good guy. He was one of the first guys that called me whenever I signed in Houston. And then, I was invited to play in the J.J. Watt Classic with him and stuff like that. But, he's been an unbelievable person to be around. He's a true pro, of course, is an unbelievable football player. But off the field, I mean, he would, he hangs out at the house all the time, and my kids, when he comes to the house, it's now, oh, JJ's here, At the beginning, they were scared of him,
Even Michael Jordan's kids weren't his favorite player. They're like Scottie Pippen, so what do you expect? Right. JJ Watt.
So now JJ will come to the house, and he'll drive up, and the kids are like, oh, Dad, JJ's here. It's like no big deal. I'm like, you guys have no idea.
When they grow up, they'll appreciate it. You didn't appreciate the Super Bowl when you were in it. 0-1 the count here on Adam Donahue from Gleason. This one low and away. So you drafted a great quarterback. Give us some thoughts on this team coming up this year. What are your thoughts? What do you guys think you're going to do? Give me some predictions. I know everybody wants to know. Come on.
I think, we're already in it like 4 or 5 weeks already. So the rookies, we're with them today for a real practice. And they're rookies. They got a long ways to go. And the thing about Bill is Bill doesn't pump the brakes for them at all. He's going to give it all to them right now and see how they react. And I think they're doing a good job. I think, having the quarterback drafted in the first round with a move up like that, it's put a little buzz in, around town. But I wouldn't sleep on Tom Savage right now, man. The guy's looking sharp, and and having Watt back on defense, and another year of healthy Cushing, and Jonathan Joseph and Kareem Jackson, and I mean the list goes on the defensive side. We got to find a way to put up 21 points.
There you go. How do you think their 40-year-old punter is going to do? What's it?
Hey, I tell you what, it's getting urgent now. I'll tell you that. There's a sense of urgency with me right now. We need to go ahead and win this thing.
So the best strategy for you is to score a lot of touchdowns so you don't have to come out.
The best thing for me is the guys, people don't even know my name.
But, I mean, people forget that Shane's also the holder. So, he's out there for the extra points and the field goal. So what's more nerve-wracking when you're lined up deep in your own end zone and 10 guys are coming after you on a punt, or you're down on your knee with the game on the line and you're hoping for a clean exchange and a clean hold?
The hold. Because you know what? You go all the way to the basics when you're down there. And it's that PAT to tie the game late, or the PAT to win it late, or the short field goal to win it late.
They're not short field.
The short field goal can only be your fault, if it's a miss. The long one, that could possibly be on the kicker, but so you go all the way to the basics. Hey, make sure, watch this all the way in, find the dot on the ball and catch it. That you kind of go through the whole basics. And the good thing about it is when the ball's snapped, it's over. So it's kind of one of those things that goes by so fast.
This one hit back to Gleason. He'll flip it underhand a long way, and that will do it. Well, Shane, before you leave, just give us your favorite moment in your NFL career. You're an All-Pro. You've been around for 17 years. What was your favorite moment?
You know what? I probably got to go to my first Pro Bowl. My first Pro Bowl was unbelievable. My deep snapper was Bruce Matthews.
Wow.
And to be able to play one game with Bruce after watching, being an Oilers fan my whole life, all that, and Bruce snapped to me, and I never forget, I hit a big one in the game, and I go to run down the field, and Bruce kind of grabbed me by my jersey. He goes, no, that's their job. So we just kind of walked off the field together. All right, I like that.
NFL punter in Houston, Texas, Shane Leckler. Shane, appreciate the time. Thanks for stopping by.
Yes, sir. Good to see you guys.
Take a break. We'll be back here in just a short moment. Well, the Skeeters gave a couple back, and as we go back and forth, it is a 6-4 ball game. Skeeters are still in front, fortunately. We'll try to get a couple runs back again, and tough outing for Drebeck. Brad, I mean, this is a guy who had a couple of 3-run leads and just couldn't hold it, doesn't make it through the third.
Yeah, and you look at Irvine, you know, he didn't have it tonight, and the pitch count got inflated, went an inning and 2/3, and then Kyle goes to 2+, and the back-to-back home runs were not cheapies here in the third.
Well, first pitch here, a check swing to Albert Cordero. No balls and 1 strike to count.
So I want to say a special thank you to Shane Leckler. He was
no
awesome
kidding.
sharing some stories. He will be in Canton someday, too. He will be a professional football Hall of Famer, and there aren't many of those guys, special teamers.
It's so hard, and I feel bad for the special team guys that those guys are struggling to get in the Hall of Fame when they can make or break. I mean, Super Bowls, Adam Vinatieri for one. This one is into the Skeeters dugout for strike 2. No balls and 2 strikes. And who's the guy I'm forgetting?
Ray Guy was the one that kind of popped the lid.
Finally. I mean, he should have been in 20 years ago.
Right, and I think once that took place, you realize that, you know, you don't have to be on the field for 50 plays to impact games greatly. And
I mean, sometimes you win, 17-14, and the field goal kicker's got 12 of those points.
You know, when you're the best of your generation at your position, I think
agree.
that's worthy of being enshrined.
I mean, Mark Mosley, just there's so many guys that are getting overlooked, and forgetting his name with the Saints, who kicked till he was 46.
Morton Anderson.
There we go. Man, how was he not in? He's got like over 2,000 career points.
I think either he's going in or he was on the ballot this last year, and I should probably know that. But
he was on the ballot. He also kicked for the Raiders for a little while, didn't he? Just about everywhere, really. This one is skied into center. John Pacioli is there, and he'll bring it down for out number 1. So neither of the starters in the game here in the third. It is 6-4 Skeeters, 1 out, none on, and Wilfredo Rodriguez will step in here. Skeeters DH tonight, getting a night off from behind the dish. Walked and scored in his first at bat. 6 runs on, 5 hits for the Skeeters, 4 runs on, 7 hits for the Patriots. Guess Leckler's used to seeing Patriots, huh?
that is true. In his sleep.
Yeah, no kidding. This one is down low. 1 ball and no strikes to count.
Should have thrown that at him after the back-to-back home runs in the third. Here come the Patriots after you.
Oh, man. The 1-0. This one is high. 2 balls and no strikes. I keep asking people this, and you're in the sports world. You do baseball, football, all kinds of stuff. Do you think the Patriots run ends with Tom Brady, or does Bill Belichick continue? And he seems to, like, even the year Brady missed all year, he rounds up a quarterback who turns out to get them to the playoffs and becomes an all-pro elsewhere.
I think Belichick, he's a competitor, and competitors like to compete. They don't like to ride off into the sunset. I think he'd like to maybe win one without Tom.
And then call it quits to say, I could have done it without Brady.
But if you wait too long and Garoppolo goes someplace else, It makes it a little bit harder. He knows as well as anybody that his success, in some senses, has been linked with TB12.
This one is hit towards third. Backing up, juggling it at third is Rosario. He'll throw it, and the throw is low. Gets past the first baseman, LaHair, down the right field line, but the second baseman, Kelly, tracks it down. It'll be interesting to see how they score that one. Most likely an error.
Yeah,
what do you think?
Had he thrown that in the seats, he might have gotten 2 on it, the play. He recovered fairly nicely to catch that ball with his bare hand, but then LaHair couldn't scoop it at first.
I'm going to call it an E5 now, unless they change it.
I did like Leckler's answer, though, on what's more nerve-wracking, punting from deep in your own end zone or just holding for the extra point, because, Tony Romo will never live down botching the snap in the playoff game at Seattle.
That's the game-tying point
right
late.
And he's trying to run, and there he gets slammed down a yard shy of the end zone.
That's what people don't talk about either. He was a yard short of helping the team win if he gets in there.
Looked like he was going to get in, too, and they caught him from behind.
1 on and 1 out here for the Skeeters. Joe Benson awaiting the first pitch from the lefty Dwayne Bilo. So on a hit towards short. Rodriguez shovels it to second for 1. The throw to first gets the speedy Benson, a 6-4-3 DP. So the error covered by his teammates. Unconventional 1-2-3. We are through 3. A third of the way through. It is still the Skeeters up by 2, 6-4.
Bobby Blevins comes on here in the top of the 4th inning. Skeeters already on their 3rd pitcher. Drabek went 2+. Gleason finished off the 3rd, and then Blevins coming out of the bullpen. Why is he not in our stat pack?
Because he was just activated
All
today
right.
with Lance Sawatsky going on the DL. Don't worry, Dolan, I got you.
All right.
Well, here will be Alfredo Rodriguez for the Patriots. Then back to the top of the order with Scott Kelly. And then Aaron Eggleston. The 3rd pitcher of the night here in the 4th for the Skeeters. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Gary's going to be searching for some pitching soon.
I think so.
First pitch here by Blevins. This one is low and no. Wow, called a strike. No balls and 1 strike to count. Blevins kicks and deals the 0-1. This one is low and away. That's a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike to count. Blevins has 2 starts the last 2 times out, but he has been really good in this role, and I really like him in this role. I mean, somebody's got to be the long man on a team, and I think he's really found his niche. I know if you give him the choice, he'd probably say starter, but, you know, Mariano Rivera made a pretty good career as a closer, and he was a starter too. And I like him in this role a lot, Brett. And as I say that, he allows the first batter to hit one into right field for a base hit.
You know, some teams, especially National League clubs, really don't have a long reliever. It feels like this week for the Skeeters, everybody's had their crack at being a long reliever.
And there are regular snappers and long snappers.
Yeah.
Need your short and long relievers. Well, somebody needs to get an out here on either side quick, or we're going to be in store for a 4.5-hour game here. I mean, yesterday's game was 3 hours and 42 minutes. Now, granted, that one went into 11 innings. But what I'm looking for right now is the first game of that doubleheader, which was an unbelievable time of game. 2 hours and 29 minutes. In fact, in Somerset, it was 1:47, I think. A bunt here by Scott Kelly. Blevins has it. He goes to second. They'll only get 1. Oh, and they missed it. Kevin Aarons grabbed the ball, reached back to step on second, and just a hair late.
Yeah, he just wasn't there. They had to reach for the base. Otherwise, if he gets that foot there first, they probably get the out. It's kind of a daring play because it was an easy out at first base if Blevins was willing to take it. Should be a fielder's choice.
Yeah, that's the way I would score it.
We'll see if he gets a sacrifice on that.
That's true. That's a good question. I guess he has to, doesn't he?
I think so. I mean, he did his job in that regard if there's no error, and I don't think you could charge one on that play.
You know, they did not credit him with the sacrifice, which they're going to have to. This one is fouled off. The runners on first and second as this back and forth slugfest continues. Skeeters are up 6-4 here in the top of the 4th. Left-hand hitting Eggleston. Homered in his last at bat. Back-to-back home runs to start the 3rd between Eggleston and Sands, who's on deck. The 0-1, he squares to bunt. That had to be purely for show. 1 ball and 1 strike to count. One ball and 1 strike here. And squaring again is Eggleston. Takes us for a strike, 1 and 2.
Boy, Blevins could really use an out. He misses upstairs. It's high, 2-2 to Eggleston. After Eggleston, then you start to get into the portion of the lineup with Sands, who's done a lot of damage, and LaHair, the cleanup hitter. So for the Skeeters, there's a lot of games you score 6 runs in this ballpark. It's enough. They scored 6 runs first couple of innings, but the Patriots threatening here in the 4th. Little tapper to Blevins. He's going to spin. He looks to third. Nobody was there. Now he'll take the out at first base. Good thing he didn't just wind up the throw, because Wilkins was trying to get to third, but he wasn't in the vicinity.
That almost could have been a disaster. And after what just happened, why would you want to go to another base? You want to get it out.
He wanted to give Alfredo Rodriguez sometime, someplace. And he's still out there. Here's Jerry Sands. He homered in the third inning. Hit one out to left field, a deep shot. Sands has nearly 160 games of big league experience. He's been involved in a couple of big-time trades in his career. Gets a breaking ball, and he fouls it to the right and out of play. He was the player to be named later in the deal that sent Adrian Gonzalez and Carl Crawford and Josh Beckett to the Dodgers from the Red Sox, and then was later traded with Mark Melancon to the Pirates for Joel Hanrahan and Brock Holtz.
Obviously, he was a valuable commodity. I mean, we talk about this player to be named later. You don't usually know who they are, but here's the guy right here in Sands.
Takes a pitch in, a ball, then a strike. And even look at last year, Ira. I mean, he had 24 games with the White Sox, hit a home run, 8 homers in less than half a season with Charlotte, AAA. He drives one to center field. This is going to drop in for a base hit. Rodriguez will score. Kelly around third. Here's the throw. It's going to be late. A 2-run single to tie the game from Jerry Sands. And it's a 6-6 contest.
This is going to be the heavyweight fight of all times, perhaps. That is now 3 RBIs in the game for Sands, who already came into the game leading the Atlantic League in RBIs with 26. Now it's 29.
And here's Brian LaHair, the cleanup hitter. He has not participated in the fun. He's lined to right and walked. Still only 1 out this inning. LaHair, a left-handed batter who has not homered this year in 85 at-bats. Hit 10 last season for the Patriots. Good pitch. Fastball over that outside corner for a strike. 87 miles an hour from Blevins.
Blevins features that fastball, also a changeup, curve, cutter, and a sinker.
Slightly closed stance from the stretch. Came over the plate. There's a dribbler to first. Scott will pick and throw to second. Close and just in time to get Sands. Aaron's had to lean a bit towards right center to receive that throw. Skeeters get the lead runner and out number 2.
That was a very risky play. Scott would have had a sure out at first and almost turned into a first and second 1 out with 2 runs already in.
So Sugar Land trying to keep this game tied. At one time they led 3-0 and 6-2. Now it's 6-6, and they have been out hit tonight. They have been out homered. Tie game. Here's Rosario. He has 2 of the 9 hits for the Patriots. He swings and he fouls one back to the screen. I think the problem is for Gary, his starters have not obviously gone very deep, and when I say deep, we're talking about a couple of innings here in recent days, with the exception of Hale yesterday. Gleason went 2 1/3 back on Saturday. 2+ for Drabek tonight. And then you're maybe in hopes that a guy like Blevins might be able to go, I don't know, 2, 3. I have no idea what Gary has in mind, but the first inning alone starts to lengthen out, both in batters faced and pitches thrown.
Starters, by the way, 11-13 with a 5.83 ERA and a sparkling bullpen 7-1 with a 3.06 ERA and 10 for 10 in saves.
Soft ground ball served by the mound, charging his Aarons, and the ball rolled off his glove. Rosario was going to make that very close at first base, but Aarons just never got it cleanly on the dribbler. And the inning continued.
You just get a feeling in this game that both teams, both very tired. There's going to be a lot of complacency, a lot of runs, not a lot of pitching. Skeeters bullpen now, 37 less innings than the starting rotation. And the starting rotation has given up more than twice the amount of runs.
Here's Guzman. He bounced into a 1-6-3 double play back in the third that helped the Skeeters get out of a jam, and he bloops one into center field for a base hit. Here comes LaHair around third, and he will score without a throw, and the Patriots have taken the lead 7-6.
This is just crazy. Still no action in the Skeeters bullpen.
So I take it Rosario reached on the air. That was charged to Aarons.
Correct.
So that run unearned, but regardless, it continues the frame. It puts the Patriots in front. Patriots scored 2 runs in the second, 2 runs in the third. They have plated 3 runs here in the 4th inning. And here's Donahue, the catcher. He is the 8th Somerset batter to step in. Keep in mind, it's not as if you can just blow up your pen either, because you're looking at the possibility, weather permitting, of 16 innings tomorrow.
Yep, that's a good point.
Runners both go. Good one to run on. Slow curve, no chance for Cordero to get Rosario or Guzman. They both take off.
Well, it's kind of a risky move there.
I'm wondering if Rosario picked something up on the sign from Cordero and picked up breaking ball and just took off.
Might very well be. 36 years old, a veteran, and very good. Rosario swipes bag number 8. He is 8-0 in stolen bases this year. Guzman, on the other hand, is 4 stolen base. He's 4 out of 5. That is the 48th steal this season for the Patriots.
Another curve and another miss. It finished low and inside. It's 2-0 to Donahue.
48 steals in 32 games now.
Blevins needs it out. He thought he had one on that dribbler to short. Then the RBI single, the double steal. 2-0 to Donahue. Good pitch in for a strike and a fastball at 88.
.22 pitches for Blevins, 15 for strikes.
Pitches outside, a fastball missed. It's 3-1. So a hitter's count for Donahue. He singled in a run back in the second. He will line one at one hard bounce to Aarons, who pops up, flips to first, and gets Donahue. Aarons made an error earlier in the inning, but he saved a couple of runs on that play. A 3-run frame for the Patriots. We go to the bottom of the 4th. Somerset leading for the first time at 7-6 over Sugar Land. Here's your totals through 3.5 innings. 7 runs on 10 hits and 2 errors for the Patriots. 6 runs on 5 hits and an error for the Skeeters. This game goes to the bottom of the 4th. We've had 5 pitchers already in the contest. Bealo will look at the top of the Skeeters lineup in Miller, Scott, and Barfield.
Who will be left standing is the only question.
There won't be many left in that bullpen for either team, I have a feeling. Now, both of these teams have off days on Wednesday and Thursday, but right now, you know, that's
Will you make it there?
that's little consolation. Here's Derek Miller. Occasionally, as Derek takes a strike over the inside corner, late call there from Jim Tatum. You'll hear managers say, I'm going to worry about today, or tonight, and tomorrow. In other words, I'm going to use whatever I have to do, all my resources to worry about this game, then I'll worry about the next game. But even those 2 off days back-to-back looming do little to quell the concern over a lack of available arms. As Miller fouls one back to the screen. Derek doubled in the first and he scored. He lined out to Rosario at third base his last time in. And the pitch is swung on, fouled back to the netting again.
Okay, I got an interesting note for you here tonight.
I'll be the judge of that, but go ahead.
You're going to be the judge, literally. First of all, tell me if this guy in your book is or is not a Hall of Famer. I'll give you numbers. I'm not going to give you a name.
Okay.
He has 288 career wins. He pitched in 760 games, 700 starts, keep in mind. And he played for 26 years.
Give me a second here. Here's a 2-2 to Miller, and it's down and in. It sounds either like Necro or Sutton.
Neither. Well, Sutton, Necro's already in the Hall. Actually, both of them are in the Hall of Fame.
So this person is not.
I'm saying, does he deserve to be in?
What's his career ERA?
That's pretty good, 3.34.
Here's a payoff, and Miller hits one very high in the air and towards shallow center. Second baseman backing up. Will drop the ball. Kelly had a kick loose, and then the throw goes away in the foul territory in the first base side. Miller had advanced to second and continues to third base.
He almost got his second Little League home run in his homestead.
Give Miller credit for getting to second. That ball was up there a long time, but a lot of guys would have been at first base angry that they made it out, but Kelly started stumbling and falling backwards, and then the throw went wide, and it was backed up by Donahue almost near the Skeeters dugout.
I think we're going to see just about everything here tonight.
There's got to be 2 errors on that play. You got the error on the drop, but that you have to account for Miller going from second to third base. Here's Travis Scott.
And it is 2.
Travis Scott takes strike 1. Travis has doubled in a run and walked and scored. Lefty-lefty matchup here, and there's a pop-up. It'll drift out of play to the left.
2 errors on the shortstop.
So the Skeeters down a run. Just a ground ball or a fly ball here could tie it up. And the 2-strike pitch fouled back over the screen and out of play. I would say those numbers to answer your question. 700 starts, 288 wins, 3.34 earned run average. I would say yes.
Okay, he is not a Hall of Famer.
Well, you made that clear.
And his name is Tommy John. And he has 8 more wins than Blyleven, who just recently, a couple years ago, got in. And I get to it after this pitch.
2-strike pitch down and out.
If he does not miss 1975 for Tommy John surgery, he's an automatic Hall of Famer, which is my point here is that everything is not automatic. So if he has 12 more wins, he's a Hall of Famer, and 12 less wins, he's not.
Travis lifts one to left field. This ball's starting to carry. Eggleston is back on the track. He'll make the catch. Miller's going to tag and score to tie the game at 7. Travis gets his second RBI of the game.
were the odds of Tommy John having Tommy John surgery? Like 1,000,000 to 1.
Yes. Yeah, I do find that somewhat ironic that he would have a surgery named for himself.
I've heard a lot of people say they should be in the Hall of Fame just for all the careers he saved and all the millions he made. I mean, he started in the big leagues at age 18, and he was done at age 46. That's a long time. He's amongst the top 2 who have played the longest of all times. Took in 1961 to almost the 90s. His last year was 1989.
That's pretty crazy. Barfield down to the count, 0-1. Jeremy walked with the bases loaded in the second. Takes a fastball outside here from Below, and it's 1 ball, then a strike.
I want to talk about maybe the greatest day of my life. So I'm 12 years old. I go to my first Yankee game. Tommy John, who had just pitched against the Yankees in the World Series the year before, I thought, I just look at, hey, this guy's good. The Yankees should get him. I mean, what does that mean? I don't know what I'm talking about.
Rarely do you. There's a strike to
Sure,
Barfield.
even still to this date. And the next year, they trade him to the Yankees. He wins 20 games 2 years in a row. The first game I go to, who's on the hill? Tommy John. Reggie Jackson hits a home run. They win the game. But earlier that day, and this is probably why I'm here now, earlier that day, my dad goes, hey, go get that guy's autograph. I'm like, who's that? That's Phil Rizzuto.
Scooter.
My favorite broadcaster.
Soft pop up to second. Couple of players calling it, but it's the shortstop Rodriguez stepping in front of Kelly to make the catch, and there's 2 outs.
Holy cow.
You still have that autograph?
Somewhere, I'm hoping.
Do you have a Rizzuto keychain?
It's buried under a street somewhere.
Well, holy cow.
I am going to use the jackhammer to get it out, however.
Andy Wilkins has had a big-time game, a holy cow type game, a 2-run homer in the first to the splash pad, beyond it, in fact. That one ended up wet, and he had a sac fly to right with the bases loaded in the second, facing a left-hander here and taking a strike on that outside edge.
We've had 2 scoreless half innings. Somerset did not score in the top of the first, and the Skeeters did not score in the bottom of last inning. That's been it.
Run home without a hit this inning. Check swinging the ball in the dirt and appeal to third base, and no, says Greg Oros. We had 2 errors on 1 play by Kelly to kick off this frame and let Miller go all the way to third base. And then a sac fly by Scott, a soft pop-up from Barfield. So the Skeeters gave up an unearned run at the top of the inning. They get one back in the bottom of the frame. And Wilkins off his hands flies one out there to shallow right. Guzman will have a drop in front of him. So whether Wilkins is hitting balls in front of outfielders or over their head, he's had a big couple of days, including that walk-off hit in the 11th inning yesterday.
6 RBIs in 2 games, and he's got 2 hits already tonight. Last night he had 2 hits, but it was on base 4 times with 2 more walks.
There's Kevin Aarons, doubled in a run in the second, 1 for 2 in the game. And a swing and a chopper to third, fielded by Rosario. He's going to go the long way to first. It's in time to get Aarons in the inning ends. Skeeters got a run on a hit. There was an error and a man left. Hey, we played 4 innings. 4 stinking innings. And the Patriots and the Skeeters are tied at 7. 7-7 game. Each team with a touchdown, an extra point, even the extended extra point.
My goodness, we have Shane Leckler at the house.
Make sure those things get through the uprights to tie this game up at 7 through 4 innings. Blevins back out there for a second inning. He is the third pitcher used by the Skeeters tonight. The only man who didn't hit last inning is Pacioli. Right-handed batter looks at a ball. He's singled and hit a comebacker. Has the center fielder for the Patriots, who began the game hitting .314. Blevins will wind and pitch. Pacioli bunts are in front of the plate, but apparently hit his leg in the batter's box, so it's just a foul ball. Pacioli played his college baseball in the Patriot League for LaHair. The 1-1 here is outside, in fact, off the glove of Cordero, back to the screen. Outfield and infield straight away. The breeze is drifting out now to right center. Ground ball sharply hit up the middle. Aarons into a dive, comes up with it, pops up, throws to first, but late. Pacioli runs well, but Aarons, who made a fantastic play to win the 4th inning, nearly turned in another great effort to begin the top of the 5th.
You know, when you have a guy traded to your team and you don't get a chance to watch him every day, and then you do, you really appreciate it. I mean, I knew he was a good hitter with the Barnstorm. I've seen him enough, but you don't see a guy enough to see how good his defense is, and it's really spectacular when you watch him every day.
Alfredo Rodriguez will step in. Toss to first, and Pacioli, who has stolen 9 bases in 9 tries, back in diving. My thought when Aarons was traded over here, he'd play a lot of third base after Chris Nelson left. Go become a coach with AAA Omaha. And then Zawatsky gets hurt and it kind of threw everything out of whack. Skeeters pitch out, and guess wrong. Pacioli wasn't running. 7-7 game. We're in the 5th inning. Blevins a long pause in the pitch, and the fastball is a strike over that outside corner. 86 mph on the fastball. Patriots traveling today to get here. Skeeters played 11 innings yesterday afternoon. Patriots lost in Long Island 8-1. They've lost 5 straight. At one point this year, they were 14-6, and now 18-13. They've shown through 4 innings why this is a dangerous club this year, and they usually are, the Patriots. Here's a 1-1. It's a fastball for a strike outside half again.
Rodriguez drafted in the 17th round by the Brewers in 2012. He was a Terrapin playing for the University of Maryland. He's only 26 years old. Drafted twice by the Brewers in the 32nd round in 2011 and in 2012, 17th round by
Pacioli not running, ground ball sharply hit up the middle. Aarons gets it, bobbles, flips a second in time to get the force on Pacioli. I don't think he got it cleanly, but was able to flip to Jan Santi to get the force. Here comes Brett Jody sprinting out to argue with Greg Oros.
I think he's got a decent argument. I thought he was beaten to the bag. Oh, and he is aggravated.
It's one of those plays. Oros was up the middle as the third base umpire. You know, you have to quickly spin around. All of a sudden, you're not anticipating a play, and there's one right there, bang, bang at second base. So Aarons in back-to-back plays said to lay out. But Rodriguez with much worse speed than Pacioli's at first with 1 gone. turn the lineup over for Scott Kelly.
Kelly's hit in 10 of his last 12 games, despite being 0 for 3 here tonight so far.
See if Blevins can get another ground ball. He runs one down and 8, and a breaking ball and misses.
You know, they don't do a lot of this anymore, but and I'm not talking just about the Patriots, but around the Atlantic League, all the teams used to do tryouts. Kelly actually made this team a couple years ago in a tryout from the College of New Jersey.
Blevins on the 1-0, and there's a line drive carrying over the head of Aarons in the left center field. Miller will retrieve and play it back in. Stopping at second is Rodriguez. 3 well-hit balls here in the 5th inning. A couple of guys on base for the Patriots in this 7-7 game. And now you get to the meat of the Somerset lineup. Here's Aaron Eggleston, homered in the 3rd inning, and there was a home run where Barfield was back there near the track, and I think Jeremy knew it was well out, but from this distance it almost looked like he was camping underneath it, and then you realize the ball, I think, ended up on the berm beyond the bullpen. First pitch strike in at the knees from Blevins to Eggleston, the left-handed batter. Home run was his first of the season, and one where he did not get cheated. Next pitch, fastball strike, outside corner, 0-2. "12 hits for Somerset through 4 1/3 innings. Blevins will spin and look. Rodriguez, the shortstop, back to second.
Somerset this year, their high in hits is 14. They have 12 here early in the 5th.
They did it in game 2 of a doubleheader. A lot of time left in this one. Ball and 2 strikes the count. Blevins pitch, a little dribbler in front of the plate. One play, that's first, fielded by Blevins. A little bit of a double clutch. Then he throws to Travis Scott to retire Eggleston for the second out. Both runners move up. Rodriguez to third base and Kelly to second. But here's the dangerous Jerry Sands, and I think if I could pitch around this guy, I might.
You can. First base is open.
Now, again, you have a right-on-right matchup here. There's a lefty, and LaHair is pretty dangerous who's on deck, but LaHair is not homer this year, and Sands has 8, and he's driven in 29, and he's betting in a tie game with 2 men in scoring position. Blevins trying to work around 2 hits this inning. His first pitch wasn't close. It was off the corner and outside of Sands, who was content to take.
Skeeters have made 6 errors the other night, put Somerset as the best fielding team in the league now, and now Summers got 4 errors here in 4 innings in the field.
Next pitch, again not close, outside, 2-0. At this point, why not put him on? Well, you know, it's funny I say that, but I think Blevins said, where was that pitch? Because Jim Tatum held his fingers out like 3-4 inches, meaning it was that far off the corner. So maybe he was trying to hit the outside edge. You don't want to catch too much of the plate, though, to this guy. And a breaking ball way outside, 3-0.
I think they're going to not give him anything to hit here and just see if he swings at something. So far, he's a pretty disciplined hitter.
Well, there's no doubt if Sands finds a pitch down the middle, he'll get me over. He's got the green light. But that wasn't close. So at that point, again, it was 4 pitches out of the zone. Considering the wear and tear already, I would have just saved 4 and put him on.
Agreed.
Bases are loaded. Brian LaHair has walked. He's reached on a fielder's choice. He scored a run, but he's 0 for 2. Cordero out to the mound, joined by Jim Tatum, the plate umpire, for a conversation.
Andrew Johnson, the Skeeters right-hander, warming up in the pen. And AJ usually the 7 or setup guy, and how many times this year have we seen him early in games?
True.
5th, 6th inning.
Here comes Gary. He wants him right now. Take a pitching change break with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the 5th. Gary feeling like this a high leverage situation. Patriots and Skeeters tied at 7.
The new pitcher on the hill for the Skeeters is Andrew Johnston. AJ, number 22, is 33 years old, 6'5", 210, the High Ridge, Missouri native in his 4th year at the Skeeters. It's been as high as AAA, 12 years as a pro for AJ. Take a look at his numbers here. AJ, no record of 4.20 ERA, already his 16th appearance here in 32 games, so he's pitched in half of them. 15 innings, he has allowed 13 hits. He has walked 2 while striking out 9.
He's going to face Brian LaHair with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the top of the 5th of a game tied at 7. Skeeters have had leads of 3 and 4 runs. Right now, they're tied, and one big swing from LaHair would give the Patriots a jolt. First pitch from Johnston, swung on and missed. Maybe the splitter. That was down in the dirt. And that's strike 1 to the Patriots cleanup hitter.
AJ features a fastball, slider, and the splitter that Brett just mentioned.
Pitcher number 4 used by the Skeeters tonight. Remember, there's a twin bill tomorrow starting at 11 a.m. Next pitch, kind of handcuffed Cordero, and it was down, but Cordero able to smother it. Count a ball and a strike.
AJ, 2-time Atlantic League All-Star with the Skeeters in 2014 and last year. He was also the Skeeters Pitcher of the Year.
Here's his 1-1 to LaHair. Fastball standing out. That's really a nice honor when you're not the closer and you're not a starter. When you're a guy kind of in that, I don't know if that Andrew Miller type role equates.
No, he's not really a 2 to 3 inning guy.
No, but somebody who's going to pitch, you know, the 7th inning, 8th inning, depending on the importance of the game.
That is true.
2-1 to LaHair. Little tapper up the first base line, and it'll go foul. Travis was trying to come up in front of the bag and get it, but it took a right turn. Just a foul ball. It's 2-2.
It's about last year, AJ being an All-Star, also the Skeeters Pitcher of the Year. 5-2 last year, a 1.78 ERA. He threw 61 games, all in relief, 60 2/3, 47 Ks, just 8 walks, 45 hits. And really, the Skeeters starters, I'm sorry, Brett, Skeeters' starters were so good, and he's a big part of this bullpen, that last year in the playoffs, he pitched in just one game.
Wow. You know, basically that's pitching every other game.
Sorry, 4 games. 4 games. I did not allow a run.
2-2 pitch, served down the left field line, but this will be in the seats and not a play to the left of the pole.
But a guy who's really your 7-inning guy, sometime the setup guy. I mean, he pitched 3 innings in the playoffs. 3 innings in 6 games. And a 6-game playoff sweep. Great run by the Skeeters last year to their first title.
Blevins started this inning. Johnston trying to strand 3 inherited runners. Bases juiced in a 2-2 to LaHair, and he swings and misses. He'll go down on strikes to end the 5th inning. Somerset, despite tying up this game at 7, they've left 9 men on base. Hey, we're halfway done. 7-7 our score at Constellation Field. Patriots left the bases loaded in the top of the 5th inning. The first strikeout of the game by a Skeeter pitcher was Johnston with the bases loaded and 2 outs. Keep this game tied at 7. It'll be Jansanti, Cordero, Rodriguez, 6, 7, and 8 against Dwayne Bilo. He's been on since he got the final out in the 2nd. So an extended outing for him, and the pitch to Jansanti, the first batter he faced, and he struck out. And he misses here for a ball.
Jansanti trying to extend his hitting streak here to a dozen games.
He's popped up behind the plate to Donahue and struck out. That one's up and off the glove of Donahue, rolling to the screen.
Beeler's pitched well. 32 pitches, 22 for strikes.
In all now, 6 pitchers have been used, 2 for the Patriots, counting Bilo, 4 for the Skeeters. In a 7-7 game. Pitch to Jansanti's downstairs. 3,524 here tonight. Now, tomorrow is a 2 for Tuesday. Buy a ticket, get a second one free.
We won't make you buy one.
But I guess my question.
Or you're going to do 2 games. Maybe we'll have you buy one. You get to broadcast 2 games.
The 3-0 pitch in there for a strike. Now, it's not a back-to-back doubleheader. It's a day-night. So I'm wondering if you could buy 1 ticket and get 2 for game 1 and then stick around for game 2 and actually buy 1 ticket and really get 4 out of the deal.
Listen, don't try to scam us. Let's buy 1, get 1 free for that game.
And then I got to go out and buy another one and get 1 free for the second game?
Bring a friend. I know you don't have any, but you know, maybe find a guy who's just dying to go to a game. Maybe your son will even actually go with you somewhere.
Short notice. Here's a payoff pitch. Liner to left, dropping fast, base hit for Anthony.
12-game hitting streak now for Jansanti.
And a good beginning to the bottom of the 5th. Here's Albert Cordero. Cordero's 0 for 2. Switch hitter in there from the right side against this left-hander Bilo. And the first pitch to Cordero fouled right back to the netting for strike one.
You got a prediction on the final score to this game?
I don't have a good read yet.
No?
I don't know if you do.
Thinking 12-11.
We might be in a settling down phase of this game, but
That's why I'm only going for 12.
okay. Jansanti started to take off, and Bilo, did he balk? Plate umpire Jim Tatum called a balk.
He was coming home. And he went to first. That is a balk.
Now Brian LaHair at first base coming over to argue. And I guess the argument here is, why isn't Joe Harris at first calling that if indeed it was that front leg coming towards the plate? That's harder to see for the plate umpire. And here comes Brett Jody now to argue again.
Bilo is furious. But don't you have to treat that? They always say once it's past first, if it's a ball hit, then it's not the home plate umpire's call.
Well, it wasn't a case of that leg breaking the rubber. It must have been, and a couple of times Tatum pointed, so maybe where that foot landed for Bilo down on the front of the mound. Regardless, we've seen multiple balks in this homestand. And the Skeeters have the potential go-ahead run in scoring position, nobody out here in the fifth inning.
The home plate umpire is looking at the pitcher, so I think he does have the best view of whether he started, stopped, didn't come towards the mound or not. Or towards the plate, rather.
Nothing in one. Cordero fouls one right back to the netting. Big swing, and it's 0-2.
I just got under that one a little bit, sent it straight back here in front of us.
Cordero began the night hitting .318. Base hit would probably score Jansanti to put the Skeeters back in front. They've had leads of 3 and 4 runs in this game. They even trailed by a run late. Check swinging a ball in the dirt. The appeal, and the first base umpire is actually near second. That's Joe Harris. He says no swing. Really tough angle for Harris. So Cordero's still alive. This is one of these games for the Skeeters. They want to win every game, but if they can win this game, and this is going to be a lengthy contest regardless of how these last 3 innings are played, because it's already lengthy, and we're in the bottom of the fifth. Cordero looks at strike 3, called over the inside corner, and that's the first out. The Patriots would be a little bit weary. Then they have to be back at the ballpark for that early game tomorrow, and then play 2 games. Well, the Skeeters have at least had the benefit of being in their own beds, and
they also had the benefit of doing that in Somerset, so I can't feel very sorry.
No, you don't, but you want to take advantage of that, in your home ballpark, because your old REM sleep's going to be a little bit jacked up tonight.
There's no more REM sleep. It's just sleep. No dreams, just sleep fast.
Wilfredo Rodriguez 0 for 1, but he's walked and scored. In there from the right side. First pitch from Bilo wasn't low, it was up and out for a ball.
Besides, there's so much going on in this game. Plenty of rapid eye movement. Only for 4 games.
Bilo able to get that strikeout that Cordero helped. And Rodriguez was swinging for the carousel on that cut. Healthy swing, no contact, 1-2.
I'm more worried about you getting enough sleep because you're not pretty in the morning.
No,
or at any other time for that matter.
And there's only one of me to go around, but there seems to be multiple jobs for one person, and they do blur together.
Just
Next
don't
pitch.
come in here and try to teach me math. Or try to do
no.
play-by-play with your students.
Might make you run a few laps or something tomorrow. A few push-ups, calisthenics. Get
If I
that
don't
blood
call a
flowing.
play right, I got to pull a Willie Mays Hayes here in the booth and do some push-ups.
2 balls and a strike to Rodriguez. And that one down in the dirt, 3-1. The way you eat, the way you stuff food in before the game, you
Me?
might want to do a few.
You make me look like I'm on a diet 24 hours, 7 days a week. I've never seen one guy your size put down enough carbs to kill a horse.
You know, tonight was Racing Cane's in the press box, so not only do I eat the entire contents, I eat the carton. You know?
And he's not lying, folks. I'm witnessing it. If I had some more ketchup, he would have finished it.
Hitters count for Rodriguez in a 7-7 game in the 5th. High pop-up right side of the diamond. Kelly's dropped one already tonight. He's going to be called off here by the right fielder, Guzman. Bailed out Kelly and made the catch. He had the better angle. But Jansanti was at second with nobody gone. He's at second now with 2 outs for Joe Benson. Benson was in a 3-for-28 skid when he singled and scored in the second. You were hoping that might really kickstart something, and it could, but in his last at bat, he bounced into a double play that ended the 3rd inning.
There's a school bus that's just pulled out behind right center field. Maybe that's your students coming to rescue you.
Well, I'll tell you what, the George Ranch Band was out on the field before the game.
They were terrific, actually.
Our high school, and the Longhorn Band entertained the fans. So, and then the Rose Rich softball girls were out on the field before the contest. So, old home week here.
Got any musical talents?
None. Zip.
Shocker. What about your kids? And they're sports folks, both your.
No, I think my daughter likes to perform. She's got something a week from Friday at 8:30 if you want to come over to Campbell Elementary and watch.
What does she do?
I think it's some dancing skit. They're doing some talent show. You have to dance to jump around.
Best Father of the Year award is getting better and better. It's looking better and better every year.
Well,
You're not even sure what your daughter does.
I don't have to hone in on it yet for a week. You know what I mean?
She could be on Saturday Night Live for all you do doing skits. You have no idea what she's doing. Zero.
Well, I've seen some practice flips, and whenever she's dancing around the house, and I try and come over.
She's saying, Dad, look, and
No,
you're like,
no.
yeah.
I come over and I
TV.
try and participate, and then I get the go away, get out of here. You know.
I don't blame her.
Benson takes and looks at a strike. 7-7 game in the bottom of the 5th. Jansanti in scoring position, but now 2 outs. The count of ball, then a strike to Benson. 6 RBIs on the year for Joe. He'd like to add to that total. Right-handed hitter, open stance. The pitch chopped up the third base line, but fouled by a few feet. And Gary's going to have to sprint down the line and retrieve.
Bilo this year has pitched 2 innings on 5 different occasions, but he is 3+ now. He's done a great job. Just 2 hits, a run. It was not earned.
That's right.
No walks, 2 Ks.
There was 2 errors on one play that put Miller at third base in the 4th inning. Otherwise, he would have settled this game down nicely after 6 runs were put on the ledger of Lucas Irvine, the starter. Another pitch to Benson. Over at the knees, strike 3 called. What a job by Bilo. Works around a leadoff single and a balk, and we played 5 innings. The Patriots and the Skeeters still tied at 7. Skeeters 7, Patriots 7. As we go to the top of the 6th inning, Andrew Johnston came on with the bases loaded and 2 outs, and he struck out Brian LaHair to end the 5th. Back out there in this inning. Andrew Johnston, the cover boy of this edition of the Skeeters program, their playbill. Nice article on Andrew in the playbill, and he says his career has been a blessing and he's grateful every day to wake up playing the game that he loves. He's just going to have to wake up a little bit earlier tomorrow as Rosario tried to bunt and missed it for strike 1.
Unlike bitter Brett Dolan, huh?
You know as well as I do that these baseball players are creatures of habit. I mean, for the most part, they do the same thing every day with the exception of travel days. There's a ground ball to short, and it kicks away from Aarons. He's going to pick it up, but Rosario's going to reach for the 2nd time on an error from Aarons, and he's been on base all 4 times in the game, despite the fact he's 2 for 4.
Something contagious here today.
Skeeter's 2nd error to go along with 4 for the Patriots. And it brings up Carlos Guzman, who's 2 for 3. So just to finish that point, players are creatures of habits. I would say afternoon games disrupt that a little bit. Morning games really take that to a different extreme. Guzman in there from the left side, a flip to first instead.
What about you as a broadcaster? I mean, you were in the big leagues, did 162 games for the most part.
One year I did 199.
Ooh, how'd you pull that off?
World Baseball Classic spring training.
Oh, no kidding.
Smash up the middle for a base hit to the left of second base, but into center. And Rosario to second and stops, and Guzman singled. A couple of guys on, nobody out.
You're almost forced to be a creature of habit only because you're on the same schedule as everybody else, but I can't do that. I will find ways to do different things. I'm not a creature of habit and don't enjoy habitual stuff. I mean, I'll eat at 11 for lunch one day and then 1:30 the next. Like, I've got to break up the routine that I don't like being in. What about you? Did you get into that routine?
Yeah, you know, I stayed on that routine as best I can as Donahue steps in. And you know, they joke about this from time to time, and it doesn't matter if you're a broadcaster or a player or maybe someone who travels a lot for work, that every once in a while you wake up in a hotel and it takes you a couple of seconds to realize where you're at. There's a bunt by the mound. Johnston won't get there, and Donahue, the catcher, is going to beat it out without a throw. And the bases are loaded and nobody out. Johnston maybe thinking Wilkins was going to get it. Wilkins was not anywhere near. He was over covering third, and the bases are full of Patriots. They're making it hard for me to finish the story. They keep getting on base as Patrioli steps in.
Never them.
You know, but there's a lot of people that travel for work. I would say, you know, while the big league travel schedule is nice hotels and chartered flights, and the minor leagues are not, and everything's first rate, there's a lot of truth to that. Some days where you wake up and you.
No doubt.
And for many years, we had one simple phrase we'd use as Patrioli takes a strike. When you wake up and you're not sure where you're at, there's a pretty good chance it's Pittsburgh or Cincinnati. And once you realized that, you rolled back over and said, I'm just going to say, you know, I've seen Pittsburgh 1,000 times. I've seen Cincy 1,000 times. I'm good.
So I'm the other way around. Outside, you go to Walmart because you pick up something you need, and you realize that it's not down the first aisle because that's the one in Sugar Land.
That's right.
Not the one in Lancaster.
Ball and a strike to Patrioli. Bases loaded, nobody out, 7-7 game, and that hit Patrioli on the elbow. He's got the guard. He just took one for an RBI, and the Patriots back in front. It's 8-7 Somerset.
Might as well see a hit by pitch. We've seen a balk. We've seen errors.
So Johnston got the strikeout with the bases loaded. The only batter he faced to end last inning and leave him loaded, but the error to start things off didn't help. Then a bunt single by the catcher, and a hit batter brings up Alfredo Rodriguez, the number 9 hitter. Now you're in damage control because the Patriots have the lead, and probably should be able to get at least one more. First pitch in there for a strike.
I mean, these are one of those things that are contagious. I mean, AJ usually lights out in the bullpen. He's in here earlier than he usually ever is, and now the guy who's almost automatic out there is struggling. It's just all the way around, both teams.
Johnston's next pitch, a high chopper foul, third base side over near the Patriots dugout. Patriots scored 2 in the second, 2 in the third, 3 in the fourth. They didn't score last inning, but they left the bases loaded, and they have 1 in the bank already in the sixth, and nobody out. 2 strikes to count to Rodriguez. The pitch from Johnston. Ground ball hit to second, maybe 2. Jansanti quickly tried to turn it, throws to first, and they just get the force on Pacioli. No double play. Rodriguez gets an RBI in the fielder's choice, and it's now a 2-run lead for the Patriots. 9-7.
Believe it doesn't matter who you are or how consistent you usually are. Everyone is just, is it complacency? Usually you see this with a pitcher that's taking too long, but with all the runs, you think there's some people maybe back on their heels a little bit?
I know he was in a hurry to try and turn it, and as he went to pull the ball out of his glove, he dropped it. And then I really thought the throw to second was going to be late, and that would have been a real shame on a potential double play ball not to get an out. So there's an out, but runners on the corners. Now the top of the lineup for Scott Kelly. 9-7 Patriots. Kelly batting for the 5th time, and we are in the 6th inning. And he takes strike 1 from Johnston.
When you bat this many times in a game, either you're going to have a phenomenal game or your average is going to take a dent.
Kelly came in hitting .229, pick to first, and Rodriguez back in diving. Skeeters had a 6-2 lead after 2 innings. Now trailing 9-7. Running is Rodriguez. There's the throw down. It's a little bit wide. Is it in time? No, close, but safe. Rodriguez is called. Aarons thought he had the tag down, but he had to reach on the third base side of second to glove it on the throw from Cordero. And now there's runners at second and third, and no double play in effect. And the count of ball and a strike to the leadoff hitter, Kelly. Eggleston on deck. Skeeters bringing the infield in all the way around. Johnston needs it out. His pitch is letter high. 2 balls and a strike to the Patriots leadoff hitter. So this is already the 4th multi-run inning in 6 for Someret.
Chris Travis warming up in the bullpen for the Skeeters. I just say bring him in and let him finish the game no matter how it turns out, whether we post nothing but zeros or nothing but balls flying all over the park. He's got that rubber arm, that sidearm delivery.
Pitch is popped up to the right. It'll be well out of play. Now Johnston no doubt has to be thinking about a strikeout to get that key second out, keep the runners at second and third.
He's got that great splitter, but do you throw it here with runners on second and third?
We've gotten to see facially the catchers in this homestand quite a bit as they've turned and faced us and trotted to the backstop without their mask to retrieve a ball. The 2-2 grounded to the left side under the glove of the third baseman Wilkins, who is into a dive. A run will score. Home is Donahue on the Kelly single, and it's a 10-7 Someret lead. Wilkins kind of dove over the top of that ball as it got by him and into left, and Rodriguez stopped at third.
I think we're going to see Mr. Tribut here.
Gary Gaetti on his way out to the mound. 3 runs home this inning and still only 1 gone. He's going to make a pitching change. The Skeeters are going to bring on their 5th pitcher. Already Someret has a new single game high in hits this year with 15. We'll step aside and come back after this.
New pitcher on the mill is the sub-sidearmer, as I like to call, Chris Tribett. Tribett will try to bring some sanity into this game. Chris, no record of .540 ERA. This will be his 8th appearance, 8 1/3, 13 hits he has allowed. He has walked 4, he has struck out 9. Tribett, the 30-year-old right-hander. Take over here, he is 5'11", 185, number 31 from Collinsville, Oklahoma. He has third stint with the Skeeters. He was with the Skeeters last year. He was not on the playoff roster, but did get a ring. 50 years a pro.
Comes on with the Skeeters trailing 10-7 and have been out hit 15-7. So the Patriots have made 4 errors. They've committed a balk, and yet they were down by 4 runs at one point of the game, and they're now up 3. Eggleston will bat with Patriots on the corners. Tribett uncoils and pitches and runs one off that outside corner for a ball. Wind has been blowing out towards right center tonight, but we've seen only a couple of home runs. Eggleston had one of those, Sands another, and then for the Skeeters, Wilkins had a towering shot early in the game. Pitch in there for a strike, 1-1. Off and running is Kelly. The snap throw down to third base gets away from Wilkins, who got tangled up a bit with Rodriguez, and everybody's safe. Another stolen base. Kelly gets his 5th.
That's also the 5th of the night for the Patriots, who now have 40 on this season in now game number 33. We surprised they didn't throw it on to second?
A little bit. Infield in again for the Skeeters. And the 2-1 pitch right over the inside corner for a strike under the hands of Eggleston.
Tribett features a fastball, slider, and a sinker.
He could use a strikeout here. Time was called, but it was by the catcher, Cordero. Rodriguez is at third. Kelly at second. Two balls and 2 strikes to Aaron Eggleston. Back-to-back at bats, he's hit a comebacker, a little dribbler on a 1-3 play in the scorebook after he hit the long home run in the third. Tribett's 2-2, fouled away to the left. So Drabeck started, went 2+ innings. Gleason for an inning. Then it was Blevins, Johnston, and now Tribett. Two-two pitch. Tapper back to the mound, secured by Tribett. He looks Rodriguez back, and for the 3rd consecutive at bat, Eggleston grounds out 1-3. So he hit his first home run of the year in the 3rd inning, and then the next 3 times up, he hasn't hit the ball combined more than about 150 feet.
And the saga continues.
Big second out, infield retreats to regular depth.
Just want to say this, Dolan. It is 9:45.
I know it is. It is.
Hey, we're in the 6th inning. It's just the top half at that. And this game started at 7:05 for people who might just be joining us.
And this morning, it was raining so hard, I thought, boy, you know, this is going to be a tough one to get in. The only problem was, as Jerry Sands takes a strike, there was 2 games already scheduled for tomorrow, and the weather forecast was worse tomorrow than it was today. So it was one of those cases where, you know, you need to play, and the weather cooperated. Mother Nature cleared, and the field, of course, in great shape.
The players didn't cooperate.
They have not cooperated in the least as Tribett misses high for a ball. 10-7. Somerset leading. We're in the top of the 6th. Kind of an important batter here, though, in the sense the base hit would make it 12-7. Little tapper towards first. Travis Scott there. He's got it. He will step on the pillow to end the 6th inning. A frame that saw the Patriots score 3 and leave 2 more men in scoring position. They've left 11 in the game, but through 5.5, Patriots up over the Skeeters 10-7. Belo's quite a trooper. He's back out there in the bottom of the 6th. It's now a 10-7 Somerset lead, and the fans that were here up on their feet between the half-inning break with the Go Nuts cam, trying to get on the big board, the scoreboard, from the D's Nuts company.
He finally revealed the sponsor. It's out. Cat's out of the bag.
D's Nuts on the Go Nuts cam. Here's Derek Miller. Reached on a play where he had a pop-up his last time and 2 errors were committed. Kelly dropped it, then he threw it away, and Derek ended up on third and scored an unearned run. That was the last Skeeters run. Put them up 7-6, and now they're down 10-7, and the pitch misses a ball and a strike. But you can buy those nuts, too, online. They have a website that they put up on the big board, buyournuts.com/Skeeters.
You were dying to say that, haven't you?
If you're interested, if you're curious. And the pitch is high, 2 balls and a strike.
Hoping they sell it, I think.
Miller homer to the 9th tie of the game yesterday.
You are what you eat, Dolan.
Yes, that's true. There's a pitch for a strike at the belt. Derek thought it was a little bit high, and the count 2-2.
I wish he was making this up, folks, but it's all true.
Truth is always better than fiction.
Yeah, no doubt. Sometimes stranger.
Swing a foul back to the screen, count holding at 2-2.
I had another thought for you. This game might end about 11. We're going to be back here at 11.
You know, I think the Skeeters earlier this year, I don't know if it was Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, Cub Scouts, somebody had a sleepover.
Girl Scouts.
Girl Scouts? Maybe the players could pitch a 10th. There's a pitch that's called strike 3. Derek took off to first, thought he had one that was elevated for a ball and a walk. Instead, he's rung up. I think he had a beef on 2 of those pitches in the sequence.
I agree. That is 3 strikeouts on the last 4 batters for Bila.
Can you imagine the publicity the Skeeters and Patriots would get if they just pitched a tent in the outfield? And now I know there's possibility of some rain tonight, so it could be kind of a soggy evening sleep. Here's Travis Scott. Lefty-lefty matchup here, and the big curve drops in for a strike hitter half.
We might as well stay here too.
I am contemplating it. Here's an 0-1 pitch, a high chopper hit up the first base line. It's a fair ball, gloved by LaHair. He's in foul territory as he turns and races to the bag now, and he beats Scott one first baseman takes care of the other, and there's 2 outs. Here's Barfield. Maybe we could get, one of the TV stations out here to video you and the guys sleeping in tents. Now, you live so close you don't have to, but maybe we can make Andy sleep in a tent.
It's your idea. You need to sleep in a tent.
Well, no,
Your wife will call me. Where is he? Have you seen Brett? I'm like, no one's seen him.
only if I don't show up until like Thursday, and then they might put an APB out, and Barfield takes one high for a ball.
So that's true. Nobody likes you, even
Nope.
your family.
Yep.
You don't pay attention to your daughter. You're screaming at your son, and your wife doesn't know or care where you are.
They would notice when I wasn't available to take my daughter to school. That would be the first time someone would notice. Barfield swings and drives one well to left, but he didn't get all of it. Back on the track is Eggleston. He'll make the catch. Maybe a little bit in on the hands of Barfield, and he lines to left. So we'll consider the sleeping bag tent option as we go to the 7th inning. It is a 10-7 Somerset lead. We go to the top of the 7th, 10-7. Somerset leads. Defensive change to tell you all about it. Here's Ira.
Josh Prince is going to go out to play short, so looks like he's gotten healthy quicker than we thought, which is great news. So he will bat in Aaron's spot, which is coming up the second batter of next inning when the Skeeters bat. First pitch here is low, ball 1-0. Here to the cleanup hitter, Brian LaHair. Going to be LaHair, Rosario, and Guzman. This one, a fastball strike on the outside corner, 1-1 the count. LaHair's lined out to right. He has walked, hit into a fielder's choice and scored and struck out. The only strikeout of the game for the Patriots. This one is swung and fouled back into the net to our left. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count. 10-7 your score here in the top of the 7th. The 1-2. I don't know if I'm going to have anything left for the stretch.
Are you singing?
Yeah.
Well, there's our answer. Microphone shows up, so the answer would be yes.
You could. I'll give you one
I
shot.
could. I won't.
You sing it when you're a fan?
Only under the cover of lots of people nearby.
It's terrible. 3 balls and 2 strikes here on LaHair. Payoff pitch, swung in. And into right center field. That's going to drop in for a base hit. The hits just keep on it coming. Like a Casey Kasem countdown.
16 for Somerset.
Certainly not a sweet 16. Omar Rosario steps in. He has been on base all 4 times. He has doubled, singled, reached on 2 errors by Kevin Aarons, who is now out of the game and has scored 2 runs. He's also stolen a base. think we need like backyard wiffle ball rules, like 2 swings, 2 outs. That's it. Great movement on that pitch by Tribet. Almost caught the inside corner. That one curved around the plate, but that had some break on it. Looked like the slider from Tri. The 1-0. This one is strike right down the middle, 1-1.
All right, here you go. So the first 4 Somerset batters were set down. So as a team, they were 0 for 4. Since then, they are 16 for 31.
My goodness. Better than 500. This one is a strike on the outside corner. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count. Rosario steps back in here. Down on the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. I don't even want to know the totals. This one is hit to a short. This could be 2. Prince. So Jansanti and the throw to first high. I guess that's just the way this game has gone. So pacing. Talked about it last night. As soon as you get into a game, the ball finds you. He just got in, Prince, and ball came to him, almost turned it into a double play.
Yeah, it was just a high throw from Jansanti. So they've had a couple of opportunities to turn to and haven't been able to do so. So while not errors, any chance in this game to get 2 outs on 1 swing are big, and the Skeeters haven't fully capitalized.
In steps Carlos Guzman. He has 3 hits tonight, all singles. He's also driven in a run, scored a run, stolen a base, and grounded into a double play. Chops the first pitch foul at the plate. No balls and 1 strike to count. Skeeters trailing by 3, 10-7, and I'm going to say this one is far from being over. 20 pitches for Tribet, 13 for strikes, 7 for balls. Guzman bats from the left side against the Skeeters right-hander Chris Tribet. There goes the runner. The throw down to second is in time. Caught stealing. Proving once again crime doesn't pay. Looked like it was a pitch out there, Brett.
There was a pitch out, and it was a good throw, and the ball beat Rosario easily, but I think Prince was tagging everything he could. Left leg, right leg, thigh, hip, trying to find something, and that's one of those, if you had to slow it down, I don't know if he got him before he got to the base.
So I don't understand why guys just don't swipe tag. Even if you miss a guy, they're going to call you out. But when you're reaching for a guy, you can find a couple of faults in that. So 2 outs, none on. The 1-1 is popped up left side. That one will make the seats. Let's look at these totals. 17 total runs between these two. 23 total hits and 6 combined errors. Equals 10 runs for the Patriots and 7 for the Skeeters. It has been a long night. This game closing in on 3 hours here in the 7th. There's one high. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The 2-2 here by Tribet. This one way outside. On the count full 3-2. Now the Skeeters were on the road that 7-inning game. Thank goodness for Derek Miller. He broke up a no-hitter. I almost pulled a Brett Dolan. I was almost on the other end of calling a no-hitter. As this one is sky to left. Continue the story later. Joe Benson will bring it down, and that'll do it. A very unconventional 1-2-3. 7th inning stretch time. Get your peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I do care if you never come back. Skeeters trailing 10-7 to the Patriots.
Skeeters have a new pitcher as we go to the top of the 8th inning. It's Cameron Stanton making his 4th appearance. He's thrown 4 innings, given up 4 runs, 3 walks and 2 strikeouts. He becomes pitcher number 6 used by the Skeeters tonight.
Seeing all 3 father-son combos in this game. Kyle Drabeck started this one. Of course, his dad is former Cy Young Award winner Doug Drabeck. Jeremy Barfield in this game, as always. His dad is former home run champ and all-star Jesse Barfield, and now Cameron Stanton, the son of 3-time World Series winner and all-star 19-year veteran in the bigs, Mike Stanton.
You know, when Cameron made his debut, it was against, I want to say, the Barnstormers, and he gave up a base hit to Casey Hobson, Butch's son, that was played back in by Barfield and right, Jesse's son, against Mike's son, Cameron. So there was some lineage in just a simple base hit in the Atlantic League.
That's kind of cool, though. Let's see, his first game was against the Barnstormers. He's also pitched against these Patriots in the 6-0 loss. Pitched well, 1 inning, 1 hit, a walk and a strikeout. Last time out was on this homestand against the York Revolution, as the first pitch here by Cameron Stanton is a ball to Adam Donahue. Bottom of the order here in the top of the 8th. Donahue, Justin Pacioli, and Alfredo Rodriguez, as this one is low and away 2-0. Last time out for Cameron against York, that was the wild 8-7 win. He went 2 innings, allowed 3 runs. They were all earned, 4 hits, 2 walks, and a strikeout. The 2-0. This one way outside, 3 balls and no strikes to count. Skeeters trailing 10-7 here, so Stanton wants to keep this game where it's at. Donahue came in 2-11, no home runs and 3 RBIs. He has been on base 3 times, and the only other time he got out, he was robbed. This one down low, ball 4. 4th walk of the night for the Patriots. So 1 on, none out for Justin Pacioli. Pacioli's been on base 3 times. He has 2 singles. He was hit by a pitch and even drove in a run. Bases loaded when he was hit by a pitch. Well, Stanton will face the right-handed hitting Pacioli. Stanton drafted in the 30th round in 2016 by the Braves out of St. Edward's University. Last year for Danville, went 1-1 with a 2.57 ERA. This one hit to the left side of the mound. Firing it on the run was Wilkins. Nice play there. And that is out, number 1.
Well, Wilkins was calling off Stanton. I got it on a bunt just to make sure there was no traffic or mini collision on the left side of the mound.
So the sack successful. Runner down at second, Donahue. And that'll bring the number 9, Alfredo Rodriguez. Rodriguez has 1 hit. He's 1 for 3. Also has a sack fly RBI. A little more on Cameron Stanton. Went to St. Edward's. And if you don't know where St. Edward's is, it is in Austin, Texas. This one is hit high and deep in the air to left field. Joe Benson going back. Looks like he has room on the warning track. He'll bring it down for a long, loud out. So 2 down, the fly out to left. We go back to the top of the order with Scott Kelly. Well, in his final 2 seasons, he was 18-2, including his senior year. He was 10-1 with a 3.16 ERA, and that's what got him drafted. Mentioned last year, he spent time senior year at St. Edward's and then Danville after the Braves drafted him. And now we're here at the Skeeters, and he might be the youngest player in this league at just age 22. He'll be 23 on June 20th. Less than a month from now. First pitch here is a strike down the middle. No balls and 1 strike to count.
I think it was fun for Cameron to go back to northern New Jersey and pitch against Someret in that last brief road trip. Spent a lot of time growing up not far from that area.
The 0-1. This one is down low. 1 ball and 1 strike. One ball, 1 strike, 2 outs, 1 on, 10-7. Skeeters trail here to the Patriots. The 1-1 here from Cameron Stanton. This one popped out. That one going to be over our heads back here behind the plate. 1-2 the count. 10 runs, 16 hits, and 4 errors for the Patriots. 7 runs, 8 hits, and a couple of miscues for the Skeeters. Cameron gets a sign here from Cordero. Now he wants the signs again. Should be a good outing for him if he can get out here. Just the one hit. Excuse me, the walk rather. Big looping curveball. Doesn't quite break it all the way off. A little bit high. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Number 2 at the plate, Scott Kelly. Kelly slightly open stance from the right side. Taps that bat on his back shoulder. This one swung on and skied to left center field. Derek Miller coming in. The Skeeter center fielder will bring it down for the final out. Good job by Stanton. Allows just the leadoff walk with pitches around it. Middle of the 8th. Skeeters trailing by 3, 10-7 here to the Patriots.
Tenth pitcher of this game comes on here in the bottom of the 8th inning. And it's a right-hander for the Patriots, Kyler Newby. Newby on the ears, on for the 13th time. Check out these numbers, Ira. 1-0, a save, an ERA of 0. He's given up 3 hits in 10 1/3 innings. He's walked only 1, and he struck out 12.
Unbelievable. Newby is 32 years old. Number 12, the right-hander, 6'4", 245 from Mesa, Arizona. Former big leaguer. Spent time at the big league level. No, correction, he did not. Well, their roster says he did. Newby has gotten as high as AAA, it looks like, with Reno when he was with Arizona, and with Baltimore at Norfolk, and then with the A's at Sacramento. Career record of 39-28, a 3.20 ERA, and 63 saves. First pitch here is a little bit low to Wilfredo Rodriguez. 1-0 would be Rodriguez. Joe Benson back to the top there with Derek Miller. Skeeters are trailing 10-7 here. They still have 6 more outs and 2 innings to work with here. So on a strike on the outside corner, 1 ball and 1 strike to count. Newby had a career high 19 saves with Reno in 2011. Also had another season of 16 saves with Visalia in the Cal League. That's when he was with Arizona. 2 balls and a strike here to Wilfredo Rodriguez. This one belted high and deep in the air to left field. This has got a shot and it's gone! Off the carousel in left center. And now it's only a 2-run lead. Skeeters trail just 10-8.
So much for the perfect earned run average from Newby. 1 batter, Rodriguez provides the first run against him with a long ball.
Been one of those nights. And the Skeeters not done yet as Joe Benson comes in. Benson's 1 for 3. He has singled, hit into a double play, and struck out. Rodriguez with his first home run of the year, set a career high with 7 last year. As a big part of the Skeeters catching tandem in their championship season. This one is fouled into the net. No balls and 1 strike to count here on Benson. Newbie, former 50th round pick by the D-backs in 2004 at a Mesa Community College in Arizona. This one swung and fouled into the screen. No balls and 2 strikes to count. I wonder if he crossed paths with a former Skeeter while at Mesa. They won't show me. Technology can only take you so far. The 0-2. It's one low and away.
You mean you can't go on the internet and find the roster of the Mesa Community College team from a decade ago?
No.
Okay. Well, that's a shame.
Nor am I willing to do so. This one swung and a miss, strike 3. I did find an article recently that I wrote in 1987, though. How about that? I mean, you wouldn't think it'd be on the internet.
Yeah.
No. Well, why is it still around, and why was it put on the internet is my question.
I have no idea.
And did microfiche become internet capable? Doesn't seem like a smooth transition there. Either that or we're both just slap happy. Which is probably the truth.
There's a lot of slap happiness.
This one is swung at a miss. Strike 1, 0-1 on Miller. Derek having a good night, been on base twice. He's doubled and scored. He's lined out sharply to third. Reached on an error and scored and struck out last time up. And the Skeeters got off to a good start in the bottom of the first. You thought this is going to be their night. Got a double by Miller. Back-to-back doubles as Scott doubled him home. Then 2 batters later, Andy Wilkins homer, and the Skeeters were up 3-0 in the first. But it all went crazy after that. Pair of runs by Somerset in the top of the second. 3 runs by the Skeeters in the bottom of the second. Another pair in the third by the Patriots. 3 more in the fourth by the Patriots. 1 in the bottom of the fourth by the Skeeters. 3 more by the Pats in the sixth, and 1 in the 8th inning. Here on the home run by Rodriguez, it is 10-8 as Miller goes down on strikes. And there's out number 2.
When Donahue throws the ball around the horn after a strikeout or throws it down to second, he gets more hang time than a Leckler punt. That thing was up there like a pop-up for Rosario to catch.
It seems like Shane Leckler was on the broadcast yesterday. It's been a while.
Just earlier tonight.
Now Travis Scott will step in. He's been on base twice. He has doubled, walked. He has a sac fly and a ground out. He has scored 2 runs and driven in 2 runs. First pitch to Scott. This one a bullet to the second baseman, Kelly. And that'll do it. Now after the leadoff home run by Rodriguez, he gets 2 strikeouts and a liner, and that'll do it. Through 8 innings of play. I never thought I'd say that. It is 10-8 Somerset. I guess it's only fitting to have the training montage from Rocky 4. This has been a mountain to climb. It is 10-8. Someret here. The Patriots will bat here in the top half of the 9th inning. It'll be 2-3 and 4. Aaron Eggleston, Jerry Sands, Brian LaHair. We have a defensive change for the Skeeters. Derek Piles will go into left for Joe Benson.
Well, it looks like Benson's at second.
Oh, wow. You're right. That means Anthony Jansanti is not hurt. Joe Benson in at second. This one is high. We'll find out if there's any more changes here. Stanton came in last inning, did a good job, walked the leadoff man Donahue. He got the next 3. Pitch here to Eggleston. He is low, 2 balls and no strikes. Eggleston has homered. He has grounded at 4 other times, 3 straight back to the pitcher. This one is low, 3 balls and no strike. What do you think is more aggravating, grounding out to the pitcher 3 times in a row or a foul pop-up to the catcher 3 times in a row?
I think grounding out to the pitcher 3 times in a row.
The 3-0 here from Stanton. This one is a strike on the inside corner, good fastball. 3 balls and 1 strike to count. Skeeters pulled to within 2 on a Wilfredo Rodriguez home run. Bottom of the 9th might be tricky. A 3-1. This one misses inside, ball 4. So much like last inning, Stanton walks the leadoff man. Let's see if he can get the next 3 in order again. He's got the tough part of the order now, so it's going to be a lot more difficult. Jerry Sands, one of the better hitters in the Atlantic League, leads the league in RBIs. Has 3 RBIs alone tonight, has 29 total. He has homered, singled, and walked. Now he's 2 for 4. Incepts the right-hand hitting DH, came in at 290. Now has 8 home runs and 29 RBIs. Stanton peeks over his left shoulder. He'll come home. This one is low and away. 1 ball and no strikes to count. 10 runs on 16 hits for the Patriots. 8 runs on 9 for the Skeeters. Someret has committed a quadrant of errors. 4 in all, a pair of errors for the Skeeters. It has been a sloppy game. And there goes Eggleston. The throw will never get him. What a jump he got. Now this ball goes into center field. It's going to be a stolen base and an E2. 6th steal of the night for the Patriots. 6. 41 total in 33 games.
That's a quadrant plus 2.
There you go. Some math lesson with Professor Dolan. 2-0 the count here on Sands. Stanton strike to ball ratio not pretty right now. 18 pitches, 6 for strikes, 12 for balls. This one misses 2-1. Stanton gets a sign here from Cordero. They're going to set up outside, and this one swung and a miss. Pretty good pitch there by Stanton. Looked like slider. Two-2 here. A 2-run lead for the Patriots. Runner down at third with nobody out. Skeeters infield halfway, surprisingly. Are you surprised the infield is not all the way in here?
Might fear for their life with Sands.
Yeah, that's true. 3-2 now here on Sands. Righty matchup here for Stanton. See if they go back outside. They do. And the 3-2. Swung and foul deep down the right side. That one way out of play. We'll do the full count again. So Sands will see a 7th pitch here. Stanton wears number 12 out there. Pitch number 7 coming here to Sands. This one swung again, fouled off, so he will see an 8th pitch.
Sands just with a fly ball trying to pick up his 30th RBI of the season.
Again, the payoff pitch. Swung on, popped up. Shallow right center field. This could be trouble. Benson goes out. Barfield comes in, and he'll grab it, throw to the plate. We'll hold the runner at third in Eggleston. Either way, both Cameron and his dad, Mike, both drafted by the Braves. I'll bring in Brian LaHair. LaHair so far tonight has lined out to right. He has walked, reached on the fielder's choice, struck out, and singled. A 1 for 4 night.
Going to put Brian LaHair on intentionally.
Set up the double play. Certainly not a bad idea. Rosario is tough to double up, though.
One thing's for sure, he's hit the ball on the ground 3 straight times after the 2 hits to begin his night. It's interesting, they put LaHair on with the free pass. Right now the infielders
are in.
Yeah, you're not at double play depth.
Don't understand that strategy. First pitch here. Swung on, popped up. Might pay off anyway. Benson now at second. We'll squeeze it for out number 2. The 2 down, 2 on. And it subs Carlos Guzman. Guzman has 3 hits on the evening. He is 3 for 5 with 3 singles. An RBI, a run scored, and a stolen base. Well, Cameron's dad, Mike, native of the Houston area, was born here. Went to Midland High School, then went to Alvin Community College just down the road. And is Gary Getty going to go to his bullpen here?
I think he's already made the call.
Wow. So Cameron Stanton will exit. We'll find out who the new Skeeters pitcher is when we return. 10-8, 2 outs here in the 9th. Back here in a moment.
I like this song, so I'm just going to let it play.
Little Van Halen for you? How could you go wrong? 80s music?
They're going to have to kick it in here eventually, though, or I'll have to keep talking.
Oh, it's coming. Don't worry. And it kicks in good, too. We can't have you talk. Here it comes.
Gets the head bobbing a little bit, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. Nathan back there spinning some old classics. Good job, Nathan Werner.
Trey Haley on, pitching change with 2 outs and 2 on here in the 9th inning. Trey Haley making his 10th appearance, 1-0, an ERA of 1. He's given up 5 hits and a run in 9 innings of work. Runners on the corners in a 10-8 Somerset lead.
Oh, Haley will try to get the final out and give Skeeters a chance to come back down just 2 in the bottom of the 9th. Let's see if he can get the left-hand hitting Carlos Guzman here.
Just what you want to do, use 7 pitchers the night before you have a morning game and a doubleheader, right?
And one of those games, like the 7th inning, will go into extra innings. I think the Skeeters played a really unusual game with Somerset in that 7th inning affair. Usually those games are, 4-2, 3-1, but it was a very high scoring affair. It was which game was that? Let's see here. Want to know the count here from Haley. 6-0 was the score to that 7-inning game. Skeeters were shut out for the first 16 innings of that 4-game series, losing the first 2, but they won the last 2. 2 balls and no strikes to count here. Haley's 2-0. Swollen and chopped over his head. Will that get into center? Benson with a nice play, but does he have a play? No. Throw to first. Oh, they got him. What a play by Benson. The outfielder turns second base and makes a Josh Prince-like play at second. Something must have rubbed off. 4-3 in the put-out, and that'll do it. What a play by Benson. So nice job by Haley. He gets the final out. Last chance for the Skeeters when we come back. They need 2 to tie, 3 to win. They're trailing 10-8. Back in a moment.
John Hutton is on.
Gonna let this play a little?
I don't think so. Can't go wrong with this either.
No, you can't.
Hutton's appeared in 3 games, given up 5 hits and 3 runs in 2 innings. He does not have a save. An opportunity here with a 10-8 Somerset lead in the bottom of the 9th.
Big John Hutton, all 6'8" of him, is the all-time Atlantic League save king. Currently has 165, broke the record by Jim Ed Warden of Southern Maryland, 134. He is also the single-season save record with 49.
How did you like your kind fruit and nut bar?
It was kind to me, a little fruity, and it was nuts.
It's gluten-free with ingredients you can see and pronounce.
Yes. I mean, it was great.
Did it give you a pick-me-up?
It picked me up. I was starving. I'm surprised you haven't devoured like the whole box out behind us.
I might dig something out of the trash.
The good folks at Kind. Well, speaking of trash. First pitch by Hunton. It's one low and away to Barfield. 1 ball and no strike. Skeeters are down 10-8 here in the 9th. We've seen just about everything. What else is in store? The 1-0 to Barfield. Low and away, 2-0. 10 runs, 16 hits, 4 errors for the Patriots, 8 runs, 9 hits, and now a trio of errors for the Skeeters. Barfield today is 0 for 3 with a walk and an RBI. The 2-0. That's one low and away, ball 3-3. And I remember the Skeeters just need a base runner to bring the tying run to the plate.
How about the shift right now on Barfield?
That is pretty huge. The second baseman, Kelly, just to the right of second.
He started to the left, and now on 3-0, he moved back 15, 20 feet to the right of second base.
I suppose there's a theory that he's going to choke up and try to go the other way with
I
two
have no
strikes.
idea.
This one is a strike, 3-1. Hunt, by the way, is also the director of player development for this team. He recruits a lot of the players. Number 23 is 6'9", 255, a New Jersey native from North Plainfield. This one is popped up right side. It is the first baseman, LaHair, who will squeeze it just near the Skeeters dugout for out number 1. The Skeeters down 2, down to their final 2 outs here. Well, that'll bring in Andy Wilkins. Wilkins, another big night. Second night in a row, he's had 3 RBIs. He has homered, had a sac fly, a single, and he's flatted to left. He's only gotten him out once. Hunton trying to pick up another save here. He does not pitch much anymore these days, though he has been effective. Was an Atlantic League All-Star in 2013 and last year. He led the Atlantic League in saves in 2013 with 37, 2014 when he set the record with 49, and 2016 with 37. Just in case you were wondering, his shoe size is 15.
Well, I was curious.
Kind of figured you might be. The 0-1. This one is low and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. It was a surprise his Yankee fan growing up, his favorite pitchers as a closer, especially, was John Wetland and Mariano Rivera. The 1-1. This one a strike, 1-2 the count here on Andy Wilkins. Was the closer of the year here in the Atlantic League in 2013 and 2014. The 1-2, this one rope foul down the right side. That one into the seats. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Wilkins came in 272. Now has 7 home runs and 20 RBIs. He has really been on fire lately. Again, the 1-2. This one, and again, rope foul. Count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. One ball and 2 strikes. The fans that have remained,
they're slap happy.
they are, aren't they? What were they yelling down there?
You can't throw it this far. To the first base coach, you threw it to the kid in the first row rather than someone a little further up.
He's coaching first for the Skeeters. Is that Michael Nix? Yeah, that's Michael. It's a starter. He can throw plenty far.
Well, you don't want to save the arm.
By the way, didn't get a chance to wish Michael happy birthday yesterday. He turned 34.
The way things are going, he might have to pitch twice in relief before his next start.
I can guarantee he's going to pitch tomorrow. He is the Game 2 starter. Two balls and 2 strikes to count here on Wilkins. They set up away, and this one is swung and belted into right center field. That will be a base hit as Wilkins continues to destroy the ball. His 3rd hit of the night. Now the tying run comes to the plate. That'll be Josh Prince.
Think about this. He's barreled up 3 balls today. He flew out to rather deep left when he didn't get all of it, and he was angry with himself on a fly out to right with the bases loaded that produced a sac fly in the 2nd.
So he knew he got a good pitch, and he hit it on the nose, just got under it a bit.
So we're a Prince home run from tying things up.
Yeah, I don't think this one's quite over yet. On deck, Anthony Jansanti, so could be setting the Skeeters up for a walk-off here. First pitch is low and away, ball 1, 1 ball and no strikes. Let's see, we are right around 3 hours and 35 minutes into this one.
You are correct.
One is swung and grounded foul behind the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike with 1 out and 1 on. The Skeeters trailing by 2, 10-8 here in the 9th.
Keep in mind it's Piles on deck now instead of Jansanti when he came on defensively last inning.
That's right. Is there anybody left on this bench that's not a pitcher?
Got to be another catcher, right?
No, Travis Scott.
Aha.
He's in this game. This one is Sky to left. Center and bringing it down is Patrioli, and the Skeeters are down to their final out here. No, Scott's in this game. Aaron's left. Everybody's used.
Yep.
They're going to be calling you down, Dolan. Derek Piles, last hope for the Skeeters. Let's see if Piles can keep this moving here. Well, Piles will bat here for the first time. This pitch to Derek. This one in the dirt, gets away from Donahue, but Wilkins is not going to risk going despite all the fans yelling him go. You don't want to get caught for the final out with the tying run at the plate. 116 pitches, 9 for strikes, 7 for balls. 10-8. Skeeters are trailing here in the bottom of the ninth. And a game that started today could bleed into tomorrow. The 1-0. This one is low and away. 2 balls and no strikes to count. Hunton gets the sign here from Donnie. They have worked together for a long time. The 2-0. This one low and away. 3-0. Should Piles reach here, Albert Cordero would come to the plate. Albert Cordero got that home run to tie a game a few nights ago. The 3-0. This one low and away, ball 4, so the Skeeters not licked yet as the winning run comes to the plate in Cordero. I was winding on a walk-off. It's been that kind of night. Should Cordero reach, Wilfredo Rodriguez will bat. He homered in his last at-bat. The switch-hitting Cordero will bat here from the left side against the 6'9" right-hander John Hunton. Hunton won 2 titles with the three titles in the Atlantic League, 2 with the Ducks and 1 with the Patriots. Let's see if Cordero can walk it off or at least keep this one going. First pitch is a strike on the outside corner, 0-1 the count. He's part of the Ducks team that won back-to-back titles in 2011 and 2012. Of course, he was with the team 2 years ago. The Patriots won the Atlantic League title. This one hit to the right side, right at the first baseman. And LaHair will step on first, and that's the game. Take a look at the final numbers. This one was a long one. 10 runs, 16 hits, and 4 errors for the Patriots. 8 runs, 10 hits, and 3 errors for the Skeeters. We're going to take a break. We'll come back with you, the player of the game, the final numbers, highlights, and preview tomorrow's doubleheader. All that and more. We return on the Skeeters post-game show in a moment.